Camera. All right, councillors. It's now 1 o'clock and I will declare this 12th of May meeting of Te Puna Kōrero open. Remember again that the meeting is being live streamed and how to use your microphone. So I think we're getting there now, so that's quite good. So let's start with apologies. We have an apology from Councillor Nalo for lateness. I will move that apology be accepted. Seconded by Mike. I'll now move that. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. And public forum, obviously, this is one large public forum, basically. There is no public forum because this is a hearings meeting, as we'll find out in a second. Are there any conflicts of interest that people want to declare? There being none, I'll also can say that there are no items of extraordinary business. And that moves us to confirmation of the minutes of Te Puna Kōrero of the 6th of May 2021. I'll move that they be accepted as a true and correct record. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hayward. Does anybody have anything they wish to say about those minutes? No? In that case, I'll put the motion, put the minutes. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Right, this brings us to our long-term plan hearings. I'll move, you have that report in front of you. I'll move that report. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Ford, thank you very much. I'll now move that be accepted. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Right, now we start the hearings, and it's great today that we can start with some of our younger people from Kōrero School. So welcome, you three. If you'd like to come to the table, you want to all do that, or? Okay. So you will have been told that you have 10 minutes, and we may have some more flexibility for you because we do have our first speaker who couldn't come today, so you might have a little bit more time. All right? And yeah, just turn your microphones on now. And you can introduce yourselves because I thought there were going to be 4 of you, so I don't know which 3 out of 4 have turned up, and I don't know which 3 you are. So if you want to introduce yourselves and tell us about what you're going to do and your main points, that would be great. Away you go.
Nista Bruvanaka. We are a group of Year 7 8 students here with our principal, Miss Trish, from Kōrero School in Waitangiroa. Today we are here to inform you about what we think should be changed in our city, Porirua. We put lots of ideas down on the submission form, but today we're only going to talk about 2. We feel that our voices should be heard, and I'm Madison Lee, and I'm 12 years old.
Kia ora, my name is Ripika, and I'm 12 years old.
Maloni, my name is Lee Chikana, and I'm 11 years old. Firstly, we'll be talking about our submission to encourage restoring the health of Porirua Harbour.
These are the problems that have to do with the harbour. 1, the harbour is polluted. 2, there aren't many planters around the area yet, and people don't respect the harbour, which affects the history and the iwi Ngāti toa.
we have some possible solutions. We would like to develop a green team of students from several Porirua schools who support restoring the harbour. Lots of people, especially young people, feel strongly about the environment and have great ideas. Another solution is to plant more plants around the harbour.
Another possible solution is to continue to make sure that clean water comes into the harbour and introduce more fish to live and reproduce.
If the harbour was clean, the outcome for Porirua would be that the creatures in the harbour would be healthy. People of Porirua will respect the history, and maybe more visitors will come.
We urge the council to address this issue as soon as possible, as part of the city strategy to improve the health of our harbour. It will be worth the money now and in the future.
Our second submission is for a free council van available to schools and sports teams to support the transportation of teams to games and tournaments. Personally, this is important to me because I have big dreams of becoming a great athlete, but a big problem of mine is I'm not able to play games.
We have suggested some possible solutions. It could help and inspire young people to participate more. Schools could enter more games and stay healthy, like the ones used run at the arena, like volleyball, futsal, and floorball. We hope that the Porirua City Council van could be hired free of charge to transport teams. We really appreciate the free bus, but our sport team only needs a van. Plus, the bus is usually booked for larger people, and sometimes it's not available. Us and our parents feel more comfortable being transported in a van functioned by the school.
We encourage the Porirua City Council to consider this submission. Thank you for listening to our voices today. We are happy to answer any questions.
So that's, you've done. Well done. Thank you very much, Madison, Ripeka and Lichikana. Very, very well done. Are there any questions that councillors would like to ask these ladies? Yes, Councillor Trillon.
Kia ora, thank you very much for coming in, and I very much enjoyed reading your submissions as well. It's a nice change getting the perspective of some of the younger people in the city, and I think it's really important because obviously a long-term plan impacts our young people more than anyone else. So your voices are the most important voices, I think. The question that I just had was around, so you've talked a lot about wanting to protect the harbour and doing more planting. And one of the ideas that we have in the plan is to increase what we call the riparian planting, which is the planting around the harbour and the streams. And my question for you is, do you think it would be a good use of council money for us to try and do that program faster than what we've currently proposed? So it would cost more money, but we would try and get it finished sooner than it would be finished otherwise. For context as well, just to help you understand this actually, so if we go through with the current plan exactly as it is in the plan, it'll take 43 years to do all of the planting all the way around the harbour, and think about how old you'll be in 43 years' time. So do you think it needs to be done faster than that, and would it be good for us to spend money on doing it faster?
I think definitely faster, better. Just if we know it faster, healthier, fresh water, clean.
Yeah.
That's good, thank you. Do we have any other questions from councillors? In that case, a second question. Ooh, all right, Councillor Trillon.
Hey, look, if we've got the time, yeah. I'd be interested in hearing more about the second idea with the van that you've talked about. What sorts of events, or have there been events in the last few years that you've missed out of, or your friends have missed out of, or anything in particular that would really help, this would really help you be able to do, or your friends?
Yep. We started this because at the start of the year, volleyball, and I really wanted to join. Passionate about it, loved it, but I knew I wouldn't be able to get there. and that's what bring this van idea, and that's why we're here.
Great. Thank you. All right. Yes.
Just a quick question. It's possibly for your principal, though. I know there are other schools around in Porirua that have applied to external funders to have their own school van. Just thinking about, you guys have identified that there's a te pahi is available, but sometimes when you go to hire it, it's busy, or some other schools hired it. We could run into the same problem if we at council got a van, because I'm sure that would be quite popular. Is there an opportunity for possibly your school to apply to external funders to get a school van?
Kia ora, ko Trish Nash, aho. Yes, there is always possibility for schools to apply for funding. In fact, I could spend my whole week applying for funding, and I guess that's the point. That yes, we could go and get funding. I believe there is a van somewhere in the north for the north schools. Maybe. I don't quote me on that. Yeah, but again, it's the reality in schools is that I spend most of my time applying for funding to keep the school going. We're a Decile 1 school. Yeah, we don't charge for fees. We don't charge for stationery. So I guess I'm talking about the reality of some schools. Yeah, and our kids deserve that. Yeah.
All right. No more questions? Well, thank you very much, ladies, for coming in, and it was good to get your submissions and to hear from you. So you can be sure that we will be considering these along with the other submissions. And thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No,
No,
next one is, this one is at, yes.
1:30.
1:30.
So we sit and wait. Talk amongst yourselves. We'll just wait for the mayor to run round. You can do another lap if you like. No. Okay. So now that we've officially reconvened, can I ask John Wesley Smith for Titahi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club to come and give us a presentation? Remember, John, that you've got 10 minutes. A bell will ring at 8, and you can... and at 10 minutes you go through the roof. No, after you can either keep talking or if you've finished, the councillors will have an opportunity to ask questions. Great. So just bear that in mind while you go. Thanks.
All right. Hopefully we won't need the bell. For those of you that don't know me, my name's John Wesley Smith. I'm the chair at the Titahi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club. And I guess we, as a bit of background, we're the only surf lifesaving club in Porirua. We are really proud to be the only surf lifesaving club in Porirua, and we're proud of our association with Council, which is one of our key stakeholders and our landlord. We also run a number of water safety and water confidence courses on our beach, ranging from beach education for schools and swim schools through to nippers programs for 5 to 14-year-olds and lifeguard courses for 14 and above. As you'll see in our submission, we've provided comment on 4 specific areas of your long-term plan, and we'll talk to a couple of those today, being the proposed investment in Three Waters infrastructure, the commitment to developing a community hub in Titahi Bay, and funding provision for the regional surf lifesaving services through the next plan period. So in terms of the Three Waters investment plan, I want to say that we think it's fantastic that you are singling this out and making it a really clear, important priority for the next period, which we would support. But we're asking you to go even further. And I guess if we look across our region, and in terms of this issue, we are probably more on the front lines than any group in the region or in the bay. When the treatment plant discharges untreated wastewater or partially treated, it ends up on our beach and in our club. When the stormwater or wastewater pipes overflow, they end up on our beach. And when private connections are improperly installed, their waste ends up on our beach as well. And to give you some insight into how it affects us as a club, we've got upwards of 80 volunteer lifeguards that patrol the beach through summer. We've got upwards of 300 children that are in the beach as we run our water safety courses and provide coaching for them. And in my 5 years as chair, we've gone from having a couple of times a year to deal with the beach being closed due to pollution to last season where we cancelled a third of our sessions. Now, it's got to a point where as a club and as a chair, we are now making decisions to put our club members, our lifeguards and our children in the water despite advisories not to swim. Because if there's a hot weather or there's a wave on, we will not stop people going out at our beach. And if they go out at our beach, some of them will get in trouble. And so if we don't patrol, we're going to see fatalities. And so we have made that call and do make that call every week now. We're putting people into the beach even though we know it's polluted. It's not a particularly comfortable place to be. And so we absolutely get that we're here because of decades of underspending, and you guys can't fix that overnight. And we also get that you've got a bunch of other competing priorities for your funds, and that you have to deliver a sensible rate increase profile over the next plan period. But I guess the nature of these investments is they are lumpy and large, and you've got to get it right at the point of making those investments. We're also I am aware that there's a good prospect that the next plan is going to be handed over to central government to deliver, and we know that they're not going to add to it. So I think we've got an opportunity now, once in a generation opportunity, to get that investment right, and we'd ask that we do that. And we think, without being experts in it, that we probably need to look a little harder at the renewals piece, because we've had a lot to do with Wellington Water, and if we're only doing 50% of what they recommend, that probably means we're doing about 20% of what we need. In terms of the future development of a community hub in Titahi Bay, we're again very supportive of that. When we ran a community consultation off the back of council consultation for the Nixon block, which is at the north end of the beach last year, there was overwhelming support in our community for a community hub to be put on that site with the Surf Lifesaving Club at its heart. We are still supportive of that. We love our spot on the beach, but we know that it's not going to last forever. Mother Nature is coming for us, and she will get us eventually. Council and the club have got advice on that, and it says that within 20 years we will have to move. So the north end of the beach is our preferred long-term answer. We get that we're going to have to bring our fair share of funding to that conversation, but our ask at this point is just simply that council keeps us in mind and keeps talking to us as you progress your thinking on a community hub for the bay and on that particular spot. And then last of all is just to put our strong support in for the submission you'll hear from Surf Lifesaving New Zealand tomorrow for funding for the regional paid lifeguard service. So we have voluntary patrols on the weekends through the summer, but we can't patrol weekdays. That's fine for most of the year, but during the 6 weeks of those summer school holidays, there are enough people on the beach that we need to have patrols every day. And we have pretty good numbers now to show us just how quickly our beach-going numbers are increasing. This season was a bit different with COVID, but we were 3 times normal numbers of people on the beach. So Surf Lifesaving New Zealand provides a paid lifeguard service for 6 weeks of the year, 5 days a week or 30 days to Porirua, Wellington and Kapiti councils. We are very thankful for the funding that you do provide, but I guess a couple of years ago now Porirua's funding didn't match what Wellington and Kapiti were able to provide, and so we've dropped back to 5 weeks or 25 days while they get pay for 30. And that is a position that, frankly, as a club, we're not particularly supportive of. We know that in any given 5-day period of our patrol season, there will be 0.22 rescues undertaken. These are not rescues where we pull the kid in who's floated away on their inflatable swan. These are rescues of kids that are stuck in rips and are in the process of drowning. So that says to me we're taking a call as a community at the moment that in a 5-year period we will have a missed rescue for the sake of $5,000 a year. That doesn't feel like a great trade-off to us as a club, and so we are in full support of Charlie Caldwell, who'll come here tomorrow asking for that extra $5,000.
Thanks, John. We've got a short time for questions. Do councillors have any questions? Yes, Councillor Hayward.
Thank you very much, John. I know very well you've mentioned these very same points to me on a number of occasions, so it's nice to see a fulsome report, a submission rather. My question is, with the preponderance of events that have happened at the beach connected to the wastewater treatment plant and other associated issues, has that affected the Surf Life Savings Club's reputation across the region and its ability to host events in future? Has this affected your mana?
Absolutely, yeah. Our core purpose is to keep people safe at our beach, and anything that goes on at Titahi Bay Beach reflects on our club. Nationwide, we got a lot of national events. Nationwide, people associate Titahi Bay Beach at the moment with wastewater. That is the unfortunate reality. Everyone in Porirua that you guys will speak to, you'll have all have heard it. Everyone knows that we've got a pollution issue at the beach at the moment.
That's it. No more time for questions. Thanks very much, John. Can we now have the Whitby Residents Association? Are you going to do it yourself, Jeff, or you go? Okay. So you can introduce yourself.
I will.
Need any introduction, Jeff?
I'll explain why it's me and not Chris.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you. Even though I am no longer chairman of Whitby Residents Association, I'm still on the committee, so I have some credence in being here with you today. Chris was due to be with me, but in another world, he is also, as well as being our local vicar, he's also a teacher at Whitby Community College, and he's been called on to serve there today. So unfortunately he's not here, but I've got with me Lisa Weber and John Early as some moral support just to make sure that I don't step out of line. So they're watching over my shoulder carefully. I have a copy of what I'm going to say for everybody, which I'll circulate after I've said it, if you don't mind. Thank you. So the first thing that I'd like to make, point I'd like to make on behalf of the association is some congratulations, actually. You know that I like to give credit where credit's due, and I must say that the community consultation document that you produced for the draft long-term plan was a very much more people-friendly type of version than the report that went to council, which we read every damn word of and glazed over after the first page. So I was very relieved to see that the public consultation version was much more ratepayer friendly. So congratulations to someone for that. The only concern that we had in that document was actually in the question framing, because it really appeared to us that some of the projects appeared to be promoted as happening, and the questions were when and how fast, rather than are they really needed and does the community want them. So that was disappointing from our point of view. Also, we were concerned about the proposed cultural centre for the city. We've got concerns about the construction and the ongoing running costs of that facility, alongside the other community facilities mentioned. If the cost to run Pātika, for instance, is anything to go by, is this a nice to have, or might it be a nicer not to have? However, mainly today, I'd like to refer to the attached written submission pages we submitted, because there's some issues there which we would like to see at least answered or addressed. The first one is that we have some concerns that some of the projects that we understood had been promised to Whitby do not appear to be included in the long-term plan. And of course, the first one of those is our jewel, the lake and its water. You know, the water quality improvements and the need for cleaning at the lake is very much top of mind for the whole village. And yet we couldn't find that anywhere in the long-term plan, even though we'd had a written confirmation in an email to the effect that it would be considered for the long-term plan. But obviously, if it was considered, it didn't make it. Or I can't help wondering whether it even was put forward, despite the assurances we'd had. There's also no mention in the long-term plan for a village development proposal for the whole of Whitby. We understood that was to be part of the recent review of parking in the village centre, but apparently there's no action on that, or it's not included in the long-term plan, nor is the long-term plan for the revised development of Adventure Park to include the new land now no longer needed by the Whitby Bowling Club. This is land on the north side of the bowling club, which was proposed for various uses, but speculation was stopped in the community by PCC, indicating that a revise of the whole park area was on the books, and yet we see no sign of that either in the long-term plan. We also wonder where the proposed community hub for Whitby had come from. We've managed to manage our community facilities quite capably now through our school halls and our community church facilities. Longer term, perhaps, there might be a need for a designated centre, but we would hate to see that written into the long-term plan now as a must-have. We're also concerned about the loss of village planning, which causes us real concern. We've used this facility in the past, together with locally raised money and outside funding, to help the village gain much-needed facilities. The loss of this function will simply make it harder for communities to initiate projects, and I wonder whether this is good local government at its best. Frankly, we don't want, if you don't mind me saying so, PCC officers initiating what is good for Whitby and when it will happen. We also support the climate change initiatives. Climate change is a concern to us all in Whitby. Whitby is open to the north and the northwest, where frequently the stormy weather comes from. After 40 plus years, the age of our village now means that we have become a village of slips and crumbling hillsides. Many unretained batters are close to our houses, and they're failing. Sudden rain events cause damage now on our hillsides that have opened up with the impact of wind and rain and frost and freeze over the past 40 years. And the ground is now highly susceptible to further slips facilitated by poor drainage and sudden and intense heavy rain downpours. So any and all prevention or remediation measures in preparation for further climate change are important to Whitby, and I'd put it to you, our other colleagues around the Patanui Inlet. We support the measures to take a responsible approach to rate increases and rate setting. It's hard to argue that the rate increases are not necessary given the water supply issues which many other cities are experiencing, and Porirua will, I guess, get its fair share of those. The government has shown some interest in taking a lead in this sector, and it may mean that they might take the financial responsibility off local government. Our request is, under this heading, is, in the meantime, please take cognizance of the community's ability to pay, and as the average age of residents in Whitby increases and more become superannuitants, there will be many who simply cannot afford harsh rate increases. And don't be tricked by the baby bulge of population that's now reaching retirement, like me, but in Porirua's case, this may not necessarily mean more people available to share the load. Our people have done their 40 years or so of contributing to rates, and we're looking for some relief from savage increases. We certainly support PCC getting out of non-core business functions, social housing, economic development, land and property investment, and even operating the libraries, Pāraka and the Te Rauparaha Arena must be considered as cost-saving opportunities. Sadly now, the financial pressures on PCC appear to be reflected in the general presentation of our villages, including Whitby. So there appears to be generally, if you don't mind me saying so, a general lack of care. I can take you to areas of unmowed berms and reserve strips, broken footpaths, pathways which are layers deep in leaves and rotting debris, graffiti, vandalism, and lost viewpoints now overgrown to the extent that they are no longer viewpoints. This general image of lack of care is reflected not just in Whitby, but across the city, we all want to be Porirua proud, but sometimes it's hard to find something to be proud of. In summary, we all want and need the council to attend to essential services and functions such as village planning that give character to Porirua City. It's not all doom and gloom. We need some new energy and direction from PCC. As a group, we feel we have a good working relationship with councillors, but dealing with officers can be difficult when we all want to proactively work with the council to make the city a greater place to live in. So that concludes my submission, Ross. I'd just like to draw attention, attached to the documents you're going to get is some correspondence which I had with one of the council managers, and you'll see there's a reference there to some of the omissions that I referred to earlier in my presentation.
Thanks, Jeff. You've already had some, Josh. We'll let Mike, Councillor Duncan, and then you, Josh.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Look, just for a matter of clarification, in your submission, you said no to to selling Moana Court, but I hear you say there we should be getting out of that.
Well, I think it's a balanced judgment. We, like all communities, we've got split feeling on Moana Court. We understand that, but I think the balance of opinion when we had our discussions was that it was non-core business as far as the council was concerned, and we had to bite the bullet on that. So it's just reflecting the division, really, in the community.
Okay. Councillor Tron?
Chair, thanks. Actually, I had two questions. That was one and the other.
I'll allow it.
Yeah,
given that
I'll just do the one. Just in relation to, you talked a bit about climate change and in particular needing any and all prevention and remediation measures. So when I hear that as adaptation measures. And I'm just wondering what your view is on whether council needs to be doing more in the mitigation space that's reducing our own emissions. Do you see that as an important role for council?
I'm not so concerned about emissions, Josh, and I know that that's where the climate change situation is triggered. I'm more worried about the consequences and the impact that it's having on our population and our hillsides and our properties. So forgive me for the pecuniary interest, but we come at that from a slightly different angle. I think my statement that all or any remediation or mitigation measures are worth investigating.
Thanks very much. That's it for you, Jeff. Thank you for coming along, and thank you to Lisa and John for your support in the background. I'll let you go, and we can call Tony Shaw for the Parimata Residents Association. So,
not the hot seat. No. You don't have to worry.
Just slightly warm. Just so you know, Tony, I'm not sure whether you were here. You got 10 minutes. You'll get a bell after 8. So if you want some questions, you'll have to end before the 10 minutes. All right?
So the 10 minutes includes questions?
10 minutes includes questions,
okay.
Yes. You'll get a bell at 8. All right, thanks.
Well, thank you. I'm representing the Parramatta Residents Association, and there are 3 or 4 specific items. There's quite a few in our LTP submission, but I want to focus on a couple of those. Jeff mentioned congratulations. I want to do the same. Mana Esplanade Sewer. We've been raising this issue of overflows from the sewer for a few years now, and it's really pleasing to see the replacement of that in the LTP. The only criticism or the downside is that it's planned for 23-24. Pity it's not this year. Pity it wasn't last year, because our residents certainly have had enough of the offensive sewer smell and the continuing overflows onto the Esplanade and then down into the harbour. However, we recognise the work will be difficult and disruptive to traffic along the Esplanade, so delaying it until after TGM opens makes quite a bit of sense. I expect the new main will be laid along the southern curbside lane. There's no room left in the footpath. Problem there is you don't want heavy truck and trailer units, especially logging trucks, running over that curbside lane after it's been laid. Otherwise, you'll be in the same situation as you are now. TGM should take the truck and trailer units off Minor Esplanade, but personally I have doubts. And the last thing we want to see is them travelling like they do now, too often in the curbside lane. Simple solution to that is extend the footpath back to where it should be, where it was originally, put in a cycling lane, let's have multimodal active modes of transport, and parking bay, and reduce the esplanade back to one lane in each direction. But that's a separate discussion. I don't want to get into that right now. Expenditure on three waters. You've probably had a number of people raising the fact that it's 50% of the proposed rates. It's a big ask of ratepayers, but unfortunately it's necessary. And it's only half of the expenditure recommended by Wellington Water. I won't go into the state of the pipes. We all know about that now. But what interests us is what are we missing out on from the 350 million not funded? And one of those items, I believe, is water reservoirs. 15 of the 17 city reservoirs are resilience class D, which means in a major earthquake they will not hold water, are unlikely to be usable. They need strengthening and replacement, but there is little planned for that specifically in the LTP. You may need to look in future years at further expenditure on those items. I know there is a lot of calls for wastewater improvement and water supply, but if we can't contain the water we've got, then there's no point supplying it. The next major issue is protecting our harbour. The harbour is seriously degraded. Is it still the jewel in our crown? A lot of people say no. The effect of siltation on the Patanua Inlet is obvious. There's a proliferation of little islands of silt and mud collecting, and it's getting worse. At low tides, the number of little islands is stretching all the way around past Golden Gate. The Council's last bathymetric surveys and scorecard showed that the siltation has increased. We know that, we can see it. The inlet water quality is poor for recreational use. So we've got siltation from land development, including TGM, which we know about, stream bank erosion, rural runoff. The situation is quite depressing. But what are we doing about it? The association supports the Council's plans for riparian planting. This is a good step in the direction of preventing further siltation entering the harbour. But are we certain that other local authorities that feed into our harbour are doing the same, and that Wellington City Council feeds into the Porirua stream? So all the developments that's occurring south of Porirua, are we sure that they are doing their bit? And the bigger question is, what about the silt that's already found its way into the harbour? What do we do about that? Yes, we can stop further degradation, but surely our aim should be to improve the harbour by removing the silt and mud that's already there. And we wonder where Greater Wellington fits with this. The Whai-Tū report identified many actions to improve the harbour, but their LTP has no projects listed for the harbour apart from talking. More consultation. GWRC appears to us to be more of a handbrake to improvement. Third major one I'd like to address, again, is the village planning programme. So Council wants to throw away this award-winning village planning programme. We believe the Council hasn't thought through this carefully enough. You know what status quo is, option 1. Each village puts forward projects, consults with the community, fits the communities that fit community plans and aspirations. Council prioritises the list of projects, allocates funding, and we've had a capital spend of about $600,000. 2 dedicated staff manage the projects with input from the village, and I have to say it's been excellent. We've got a new proposal, option 2. A list of projects is put forward from a range of sources, probably a longer list, not necessarily coordinated with the community and their aspirations. Council prioritises this list, allocates funding. Similar. The level of funding has not been identified. Could be 600,000, could be more, could be less. Projects are managed by existing staff within the council department. Now, there's a problem with this. These projects will become additional work for the department staff. Projects may not fit into the department's normal activities or priorities. They may require different skills, and they're probably carried out with no village contact or assistance. We see this as a big loss. Effectively, we understand this is essentially what happened before the village planning programme was established. It didn't work well, and that's why the village planning programme was set up in the first place. Parramatta Association supports option 1, keeping the status quo, because we know having dedicated staff in a village planning programme and working with the community actually works. However, Council needs to consider current funding constraints. So I asked the question, should the programme be scaled back rather than discarded? We suggest the number of projects funded under the village planning programme may need to be reduced for the time being, and the scope more critically assessed. Is 600,000 in annual capex appropriate, or should it be lower? Would 1 dedicated staff meet the needs of a scaled-back programme? We think these alternatives should be considered rather than simply discarding an award-winning programme with a high level of community input. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Do we have any questions? Mayor Baker.
Tony, you're aware that we can't actually dredge the harbour due to GW rules?
Yes, absolutely.
Just double checking, because we are held back. Thank you.
As I said, GWIC are a handbrake.
Right. Councillor Trillam, then Councillor Duncan.
Just very quickly, thanks for the submission. Around potentially looking at further expenditure on the reservoirs that you talked about, I just wanted to clarify, do you think that needs to happen at the expense of something else? Is this a prioritisation thing, or is this an area you would like to see more funding in addition to the current proposals?
I think it needs additional funding. I don't think you can cut back anywhere on what's proposed for water or wastewater. But obviously you can't do it in the first few years of the plan. So maybe it's something that needs to be strongly considered from, say, later in the 20s or early 30s.
So this is something that you feel will be worth potentially slightly higher rates in order to make sure we can prioritise this?
You can't get over that, really, can you? Expenditure means rates. But it's how it can be smoothed out. And I think the budget smoothing that is proposed for the first 3 years may be more applicable also further in the LTP.
Thanks. Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Ahead of time.
With the village planning, one of the big problems with village planning was the inequities with different areas. The more coordinated groups were able to get funding, whereas less organised groups missed out. Would you, if you saw a scaled back version, would you object to that actually going to the areas that had missed out in the past?
I think it would be useful for us all to see the list of projects and understand what is being requested. I think from what I'm aware of, we only see what we put forward and then we see what's been approved. We don't really understand when we do that what other villages are planning to do. So maybe you're right. We need more coordination between villages when putting together a list of projects.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tony. Thanks for your submission. Can we now call on Miriam Freeman Plume. Thanks, Miriam. You're aware you've got 10 minutes and you'll get a bell.
Thank you.
You want questions? Then.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. And thank you for the opportunity to make an oral submission on the long-term plan today. My comments today will focus on the proposed investment in the Three Waters and specifically on stormwater infrastructure investment. I support the significant increase in the Three Waters infrastructure budget and agree that it is a high priority for the city, but think that the long-term plan needs to go further where stormwater infrastructure is concerned. Significant work is desperately needed to ensure that the city has stormwater infrastructure that is fit for purpose. The city's stormwater system has suffered due to years of underinvestment, and I am here to encourage you to be bold and courageous for current and for future generations of Porirua residents. I'm also here because I want to provide a human face for what it means for people when the investment in stormwater infrastructure is inadequate. In 2013, my husband and I purchased a property in Ely Road, Plimmerton. And for me, it was a homecoming after 10 years of living away from Porirua, both overseas and closer to home in Wellington City. I remember not long after we moved in, a hopeful real estate agent who was walking the street, door knocking, looking for potential clients, asked us whether we would be interested in selling. And my response to him was, sorry, this is our forever home. What started off as a dream has become an absolute nightmare. On a rainy morning in late November 2016, I remember answering a knock at the door to discover a concerned neighbour standing ankle deep in water in our carport. It quickly became apparent that something serious was going on, and she and another neighbour quickly helped me to lift what we could out of 2 low-lying bedrooms before these were completely inundated with water. I'll never forget the feeling of standing in our dining room watching the floodwaters getting higher and higher and being painfully aware that there was absolutely nothing I could do at that point but wait and see how it panned out. I will also never forget watching the leaves that gathered on the surface of the water swiftly move as one towards the drain point as the people who had been working at the mouth of the culvert to clear plant material that had blocked it were successful. It was then just a matter of 10 to 15 minutes or so before the water subsided and drained away, and I still ponder what might have happened had the culvert been properly maintained. Just 3 years later, early one December morning, the same neighbour knocked on our door again. In a now familiar scenario, I opened the door to see her standing in water up to her ankles. Thankfully, I wasn't the only adult at home on this occasion, and we swiftly moved what we could out of the lower 2 bedrooms as water began to find its way inside. COVID-19 meant that things were slow to get on track in terms of repairs. Our children spent lockdown with a cold concrete pad as the flooring in their bedrooms which were more like cells than bedrooms. It wasn't until August that repairs finally got underway, and these were completed just before Labour Weekend 2020. 1 week later, our house was on the market with full disclosure made of the earlier flooding events. And on Wednesday, the 25th of November, we signed an unconditional agreement for sale and purchase of our property. We could never have imagined what the following weekend would bring. No one in the valley at Karihana Bay could have imagined the devastation that was wrought. As everyone in this room knows, it was not just us and 1 or 2 other affected properties, as had been the case on previous occasions, but the whole valley was impacted by that storm event, and 52 properties were impacted. For us, it was not just the 2 low-lying bedrooms that were affected, but our entire house. We felt sure that we would lose the sale, which of course we did. Almost 6 months after the flood, the property remains uninhabitable, although repairs are finally underway. The flood on 29 November 2020 was the 3rd time our property flooded in 4 years. That is 3 Christmas periods during which we have been capable of little more than simply dragging ourselves to Christmas Day and trying to ensure that our children have a Christmas period to remember and cherish. That's 3 school holidays where our attention was monopolised by administrative requirements like dealing with insurance companies. In the wake of this most recent event, the trauma of the previous events caught up with me, and despite being an extrovert who loves being around people, all I wanted to do was hide from the world, curl up in bed, and wait for it all to pass. Rain falling on the roof now triggers a series of events for me, which include looking up the Met Service website to check whether there are warnings and a sense of unease that does not pass until the rain does. I long for a time when I can again enjoy the sound of rain on my roof, and I know that this is true for many of our neighbours in the valley. It isn't unusual for residents to be out in pouring rain in the middle of the night, checking up on the culvert, checking on drains, digging sand away from the valves at the beach end of the culvert. I know of children who were so traumatised by November's events that they are now worried about their house floating away in the rain. The quality of life for residents of that valley has been severely and negatively impacted by decades of underinvestment by our council. I don't say any of this to elicit your sympathy or to pile guilt upon you. I say this to illustrate the fact that the decisions you make about funding for stormwater in the long-term plan will have real-life consequences for many people. For my family, it can be measured in the loss of several hundreds of thousands of dollars, in countless hours of cleaning and reinstating our home again and again and again, in countless hours of organising insurance claims and liaison with insurance representatives, in an anxiety that arises every time it rains heavily, and in the sense of waste and utter frustration as we have been unable to move on with our lives. Our experience is multiplied out across our valley and the wider city and other flooding hotspots, and it will be multiplied again and again and again if steps are not taken to address the issue of inadequate stormwater infrastructure. I know that you are weighing up multiple considerations and factors in deciding what to fund via the long-term plan. I know you have limited resources that you need to budget carefully across multiple pots. I know that there will be voices speaking loudly about the need to make the city an attractive place for people to live by spending money on visible, exciting places for people to spend their time and money. I know also that water infrastructure is not sexy or visible, but I also know from painful personal experience that it is vital. Three Waters infrastructure lies at the very heart of what it means to be an effective council for your ratepayers. It is one of the fundamental duties and responsibilities of a council to ensure safe drinking water, to manage sanitation and ensure adequate stormwater infrastructure exists. I, for one, would much rather live in a city where I was confident that the Three Waters responsibilities were being taken seriously than in a city where those responsibilities were consistently handed off downstream for a future council to address. You have an opportunity to make bold and courageous decisions that will be the difference over the coming 30 years for hundreds of families and thousands of individuals. And I see this bravery and courage in the planned investments in drinking water and sanitation. But I don't see this where stormwater is concerned. The money currently budgeted doesn't seem to me to be adequate to deliver the level of improvements required in this area, given the high cost of infrastructure development and given the likely future impact of climate change. I would encourage you to take another look at the figures you have budgeted for stormwater management and to increase this to ensure that it is sufficient to address the stormwater and flooding issues already evident in multiple communities around the city, including Karahana Bay. Please be courageous. Give future councils the space and opportunity to look at other investments. Be the council that will finally take the Three Waters bull by the horns and make a commitment to your community to address the current issues with stormwater now. Please, be bold. Make funding decisions that not only address the issues as they appear now, but which also allow for the likely impacts of climate change. The communities where the impacts of climate change will be felt most heavily are already evident. And please, remember, ko ngā pai tawhiti whaia ki tata, ko ngā pai tata whakamoa ki a tina. The potential of tomorrow depends on what we do today. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Miriam. Do we have time for a quick question? Or yeah, thank you. Well done. Thanks, Miriam. Right, so that brings us to Neil Cornwall for Mana Marina. Thank you, Neil. You've got 10 minutes.
Yep.
A ballot 8.
Okay, thank you. Yes, as I say, I'm Neil Cornwell and I represent Mana Marina, but I've lived in Plimmerton for more than 33 years, so I'm almost a local and I'm a ratepayer, so I'm interested in how my rates are spent. But just before I start, I just want to make a couple of comments that I found it difficult finding more information about the long-term, the draft long-term plan beyond what was provided in the consultation document. But that might be something to do with me and my computer skills searching, but I couldn't really find, if you like, a copy of the draft long-term plan, but it may be there. I also think the one question in the feedback form asking if we agreed to the riparian planting program to be a completely insufficient focus on the harbour strategy. It's the only question regarding what we're doing in the harbour, and I really don't see how you as a council could possibly gain any meaningful feedback from that question. Anyway, Mana Marina relies on Porirua Harbour. It's actually part of the physical structure of the harbour. We move with the tide and the weather. We're affected by the shifting sands and the changes in the channel depth and position of the channel. We deal with the tons of rubbish and other debris and silt that comes down from the rivers and the harbour and the flood events. Our licence holders, occupants and customers and the wider community depend on it for a safe haven. And we're the base for the emergency services such as the Coast Guard, and we also house boats for the dock, etc. And as well as that, we've got a number of commercial operations that operate fishing charters, etc., out of the marina. So, and we also have to have a good working relationship with Porirua City Council. Although I wasn't involved at the time, it's clear that Porirua City supported and encouraged the development of Mana Marina, seeing it as a major asset for the region and the community. Even better from the city's viewpoint, the marina's construction was privately financed and not paid for by the ratepayers, as the other marinas in Wellington region are. So the marina is an important and integral part of the city's infrastructure and community, and we are a major stakeholder in the harbour. Consequently, the long-term plan affecting the harbour is critical to our management, our day-to-day management of the marina, the occupants of the marina, and the wider boating community. And the main issue I see with the long-term plan for the harbour is the mismatch between the vision, the stated vision, and the action that you guys are taking. Simply the level of funding is insufficient to achieve the vision. How can it be argued that that there's real commitment to reaching the vision of, and this is your words, a healthy catchment, waterways and harbour enjoyed and valued by the community, when the proposed operational expenditure that you've budgeted for is $600 this year for riparian planting, especially when you consider that $600,000 is an allocation to be made if your application to central government is unsuccessful. There appears to be no other spending of any significance for any project to improve or put right any of the problems that exist in the harbour. Yeah, the $600,000 for riparian planting is a start, but it's not nearly enough for the harbour issues. Where's the funding to better manage the harbour? How do we improve the channel depths and improve the harbour flushing? And what about fixing the silting and stagnation problems in the harbour? How can we stimulate investment and innovation to improve the harbour? The thing is, we all know the problems. Yeah, there's almost unanimous agreement that, and it's backed by scientific study, that the harbour faces serious issues and is dying. The Porirua City Harbour Review in 2012 identified 3 key issues of excessive sedimentation, pollution, ecological degradation. However, there seems to be very little progress on addressing those 3 major issues. Even the city's own annual review, the last one written 2 places, writes, at current rates of investment, harbour strategy targets and deadlines are not going to be met. Further on, it's clear that without additional resourcing and smarter investment, current targets and deadlines set by the harbour strategy will not be met. So increasingly, we at Mana Marina seem to be working in isolation to meet some of these challenges and to reduce the risks to the harbour environment. In some cases, council action or inaction in the harbour seems at odds with our efforts. We have in recent years made a big effort to improve our environmental processes and policies and action. We've greatly improved our procedures and processes to prevent discharges from vessels into the harbour. We're aiming at Clean Marinas certification. We've improved our recycling and rubbish disposal methods that we pay for. It's not part of the council collection system. We now have a sewage discharge facility that is able to pump from vessel holding tanks into the sewer system. We now have our own early warning systems to make it extremely unlikely that the marina sewage pumping station is ever going to overflow into the city. Contrast this with the repeated sewage spills from the city's own sewage network over the last 3 or 4 years, and particularly recently. Another example where we seem to be working in isolation is with the biosecurity strategy for the harbour to reduce or prevent the spread of unwanted organisms. Vessels that are entering Mana Marina from other areas must have to prove that the hull is free of unwanted pests. For example, Mediterranean fanworm is a really big problem north of Tauranga, and is a threat to the marine farms in the Marlborough Sounds. We don't want it here. We haven't had it here. All the Wellington marinas have an agreed standard conditions for entry for any vessels coming into the marinas. However, vessels entering Porirua Harbour and tying up on the council-controlled pole moorings and the Greater Wellington-controlled swing moorings, they don't have to do anything. So they could be harbouring an unwanted pest on their hulls and spreading that throughout the harbour. Another related point is that vessels using the swing moorings and pole moorings aren't insured or don't have to have an insurance requirement, and so they cause a problem if they break their moorings and cause third-party damage. Why isn't there some minimum standard that we all have to adhere to? Sand build-up. The movement of sand in the vicinity of the channel entrance to Mana Marina is a natural process that depends on the prevailing winds. It's been very noticeable in the last year or so that we've got sand coming in from the outer harbour and blocking our entrance and the channels leading into the marina and silting the marina up. So this has several implications for the marina. It becomes a safety issue. It can damage the vessels because they're bottoming out at low tide, and it requires the sand to be cleared in some way. However, there seems to be a completely negative reaction to us being able to sweep the path. Yeah, there's any proposal involving dredging is virtually the obstacles in the way of doing that are so difficult and so big that we just can't do it. Improving harbour flushing, well, we've touched on that. Yep. So finally, I'd just like to conclude that Mana Marina is part of Porirua Harbour. We're part of the structure of the harbour, and for us, action needs to be taken now to improve the navigational safety of the harbour, remove sand and silt from the marina basin and the navigation channels to and from, to prepare for the effects of climate change, to work with the council and community, and to be part of an integrated strategy. Otherwise, unless the Porirua City Council comes to this, we're just simply shifting the deck chairs.
Yep. Thank you, Neil, very much for that. We have taken note. I don't think we have any time for questions. We'll move on to our next submitter, which is Ian Barlow. Thank you, Ian. Thanks again, Neil. It's about time. Yep, I don't have every time. You've been sitting here, Ian, so you'll know you'll get a bell at 8 minutes, and if you want questions, then you might leave a bit of room for it at the end. Thanks very much. Go for it.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Baker, councillors and council staff. I'll put on my proper glasses.
Might be helpful.
Excuse me. In relation to my written submission to the LTP, I agree with council proposals and have asked some specific questions on the Three Waters infrastructure, and that's already been touched on. Management of our harbours, and that's already been touched on. And some clarification of points on pages 44 and 46 of the LTP consultation document. I would be pleased if council officers could respond to those questions. That would be great. Not now, but at some stage. Regarding the council's village program, I have selected option 1 to keep the status quo and have outlined the benefits for the council and the committee in my submission. I would like to give you a couple of examples of the on-flow effects for the community from village planning work. Starting at Waitangarua Park, of course, that was a major exercise and a very successful development where the community identified that the mall area and its desert-like huge car park was a very scary place to go. The mall was covered in graffiti. No one was willing to go there. They identified that they wanted a village heart, and with a lot of work and coordination, the work got done and funded by the council, which was great. But that left still a problem for the mall owner, but he realised quite soon that with the additional lighting and the numbers of additional people turning up in what was originally his space, the problems with graffiti and rubbish dumping were starting to go away. So we worked with the mall owner outside that project, but within that same zone, to remove existing buildings at the back of the mall which were causing a problem, to install gates to prevent nighttime access, and for him to provide paint so the community could paint the graffiti off the mall, the high quality lighting for the park, because the park was going to be not only a daytime park, but it was going to be a nighttime park for families up to 10 o'clock at night. So there was high quality lighting there. That just made the area much better and cleaner. The mall stayed clean. There was a program to paint murals on the walls of the mall building, and the murals sort of depicted the various ethnic groups that lived in Waitangarua and their aspirations for the community. Those murals, to my knowledge, have not been touched or damaged in any way whatsoever. The mall does not get graffitied any longer. There are more people going there. the mall owner then reinvented the old supermarket area, which was at the south end of the mall, that had a leaking roof and a lot of old rubbish in it, tidied it up, new roof, a new lining inside, a new large community space. So that is something that the village program originally developed with the community and for the community, but triggered a whole lot of additional work that was done at a private owner's expense, and improvements for that area as well. Cannons Creek shops, same situation, graffiti damage, bad night lighting. The improvement happened with under veranda lighting that was consistent, a higher quality, higher illumination, and connected to the street lighting circuit. So people just didn't have to turn their lights off, or a damaged light was left unrepaired. It was a consistent zone of lit areas. Now, some of the shop owners were still concerned that at night time they would need to keep their roller doors, and we convinced them or asked them if they would mind the roller doors having murals painted on them. So at night time, when the roller doors get pulled down, it turns it into a public art gallery. So Cannons Creek Shops now is an oasis in the night. More people going there for the shops that are open, and murals, much less graffiti, virtually no vandalism. Again, coming out of a program to improve the footpath at the Cannons Creek Shops. Plimmerton Station, well, that's a different thing altogether. It wasn't even a council asset, but it was in the Plimmerton's village plan. And when the Transrail came along to advise the council that they were going to do some work on that station building because it wasn't fit for purpose, the planning department called in the village planning team. There was some negotiations with Transrail, and it turned into a community project, fully funded by Transrail. A huge community effort, about 30 people there each weekend, day. Epic morning teas. The wives turned up at 11 o'clock with fresh baking, and it was amazing. So from our point of view, you can now sit in a warm place with hot coffee and breakfast TV on, with the ability to purchase train, bus and ferry tickets, or model train equipment if you want to, and have access to a public toilet. The option that Rail came to the council with was to pull that building down and put up some glass bus shelters. You cannot do those things in a glass bus shelter. So it was a project that sort of the community grabbed hold of. It cost the council virtually no money at all, but because it was identified in a village plan, it enabled private sponsorship for the building, and it saved a heritage building for another perhaps 80 years. That building will be there, and much loved. So just to go through a wee list of the awards that the program has won over the years, as a bit of a backgrounder, the Solgum New Zealand Society of Local Government Managers Developing Community Partnerships Award, 44 entries around New Zealand. We won the village program won the Supreme Award. The LivCom Award, an international award, got first place environmental sustainability project from 44 world city finalists. These were the finalists of cities from all around the world. Porirua won the award, the gold medal. IAP2, International Association of Public Participation Project of the Year Award. NZRA, New Zealand Recreation Association, Outstanding Project Award. Rail Heritage Trust of New Zealand Award for the Plimmerton Station upgrade. New Zealand Designers Institute Best Design Award for the new seating project in Plimmerton. That was funded predominantly by the Plimmerton community. So, and LivCom judges basically says this program engages and empowers residents in each sector of the city to develop and implement plans in their own way to reflect the distinct identity of each village. It's a groundbreaking partnership between City Council and the communities it serves. The Japanese judge at those awards, Porirua is truly an inclusive community. It gives its citizens a sense that they belong in a place where they are comfortable, that they have a voice and can be easily heard. This community has a rich mix of cultures and a range of socio-economic circumstances, has forged powerful partnerships with businesses and special interest groups. They have been recognised by their Prime Minister, which was nice, and it did happen. So those are the things that are being said out there. Those are the awards that the program has received to date, to my knowledge. And I can only urge you, councillors, to set aside from political influence up to 1% of your annual expenditure to empower your communities to create dedicated, high-quality community placemaking through the Village program. It will reward you greatly and is considered by national and international organisations as best practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. That's bang on 10 minutes. We don't have time for questions. We've got Plymouth School waiting and a couple of others. So thank you very much for coming in, Ian. Much appreciated. It's Plympton School Student Council we've got here, and so I don't know any names. We'll... Oh. Oh, yeah, vaguely. Yeah, yes, I can. Thank you for pointing that out.
So you're going to stand here.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, so I assume you're going to go one by one, or each do a bit. So just remember the microphone's in front of you. You don't have to lean into it. It'll pick you up like you are now. So Olive, you start. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity here to let the students and the community have a voice in the development of the long-term plan. And with you today is me, myself, Olive,
Hazel, James, Chloe, Felix, and Matt.
We are all Year 8 students at Plympton School and student councillors.
We have submitted on 4 proposals in the long-term plan that we think have an impact on services and providing for young people's needs in our area of Plympton, including Camborne, Mana, and soon-to-be developed areas Grays Farm and Plympton Farm.
We agree that fully funding the riparian planting program is critically important. Many community members use Porirua Harbour for recreational activities, and there are many examples up there. We believe that making sure it stays protected is important for all current and future users of the harbour.
These recreational and sports activities lead to better fitness and health, less stress, and improved well-being. This reduces the community need for medical services. Recreational and sports activities on the harbour also attracts people to the area, which increases business opportunities and income. We think a multi-use community facility in northern Porirua would be a great addition to the Plympton area, especially with the new Plympton Farm region joining the community in the next few years. It would be great to have a welcoming and inviting place for the community to hang around together. Some possible ideas for the community facility would be a pool, especially for northern Porirua, because multiple people use the Plympton School pool
and many people participate in water sports, and it is critical for younger kids to learn how to swim and be safe in the water.
A library with charge ports would be good for people who are studying for their exams because they have books and could charge their device while studying and not having to go into Porirua to study at a library. A place for sports, meetings and large gatherings would be useful as the current facilities, like the Plimerton School Hall, are heavily booked. Cultural Arts Centre. We don't believe there is a need for the Cultural Arts Centre. There are already facilities for large and small cultural performances in Porirua, with Paraka and Te Raupraha Arena as a few examples. We would rather have more funding directed to multi-use community centres than this Cultural Arts Centre. Having more facilities in the community centres would create stronger village communities and make access to activities easier for young people, as it would reduce the need to travel to Porirua.
Village planning program. We believe that keeping the dedicated funding gives community groups a better opportunity to have local initiatives put in place. As youth in our community, we can think of many ideas for our local area that may get lost in bigger ideas if the proposed one pot of money goes ahead. If the current village planning program with a dedicated pot of money for the 14 communities stays, then it's a great opportunity for our youth to get involved in community projects. It gives them a chance to have a voice than if they are competing against all the big expensive projects in the long-term plan.
These are just a few of the ideas a small group of our students came up with. What we have really noticed was that our students are very excited to find out that they could be involved in the proposing community projects. We're sure the councillors can see the advantages of getting people involved in positive local community projects while they are young, and see how this will lead to more understanding and taking part in local politics.
Thank you again for the opportunity that you have given us as Plimerton School student councillors so you can hear our voice as councillors and hopefully make a change. Are there any questions?
Hey, that's my job. And excuse me, you've left yourself plenty of time for questions this time, unlike some other people. And yeah. So, do we have any questions from councillors this time? Because we do have time. Yes, Councillor Trillin.
Cheers, thanks. Thank you very much. It was a really good presentation. My question was around the multi-use facility in northern Porirua, and that I thought there were lots of very good ideas that you suggested. As a council, do you have one particular idea that would be your most favoured idea if there was something that was going to be a focus for a facility in northern Porirua?
We think probably the pool.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
You are looking at half our swimming team here.
Thank you. Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for your submission. I'm going to ask a question that came up earlier with a previous group that was asked by my colleague, Councillor Trillin. It is around the planting part of your proposal and the harbour restoration work. Would you, acknowledging that the current proposal in the long-term plan would be to have a planting program that would take 43 years to complete, so that's more years than I am, would you encourage council to consider increasing the amount of money that would go towards repairing and planting around the waterways of Porirua City?
Yep, probably.
Good answer. Are there any other questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Sayuli.
Thank you. Hey, just a question, regarding your submission. Did you get the entire school involved with this? How did you come about your submission with the rest of the school?
Well, we went to a day with showing us the long-term plan back last term, and I think it was us 6 plus another person that came, and we worked together to create a presentation on what we thought was important.
I have a question. So, and seeing as you said you were most of the swim team, when you were talking about the cultural centre, you said that we have these facilities already in Porirua. Would it not be fair to say also that we have quite a large, or we already have 2 swimming pools? So why would we need another one in Plimmerton?
There's not a one in North Porirua, and we have to travel to Cannons Creek or Te Raupraha Arena to have a swim.
And we also have swimming lessons in our school pool at the moment, but our pool isn't in great condition, and we have like a swimming program for the kids at our school, and we don't really know we wouldn't really travel to Porirua just to have a swimming program for our school.
And me doing swim meets, like they don't use Porirua, one because there's not enough seating for like all the teams that compete, and Cannons Creek you just can't dive in it. And the one at Te Raupraha Arena is just not the right length.
Thank you. And another reason. Yeah, go.
And with all the new people coming to Plimmerton and Porirua in the next few years, then you might need another pool because it will get more full.
Okay, good. Thank you guys for coming along and presenting that to council. Much appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can we have now Karen Burgess for Enviro Schools? So Karen, you know you've got 10 minutes. You get a bell at 8. If you want questions, then finish sooner rather than later.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay, we've been practicing.
Oh, good.
And this is the little doofa. Yep. Oh. Well, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko rangituhi te maunga kei te mihi, ko Porirua te awa kei te mihi, ko te awarua o Porirua kei te mihi, ko Ngāti Toa Rangatira te mana whenua kei te mihi. And acknowledgements to all of you, and thinking of your leadership and energy and the time that you put into putting into leadership for this community, and also for your support for the Enviro Schools program and the network in the region over the last many years. So the work that Enviro Schools does aligns beautifully with Porirua City Council's community outcomes. When we think about our people, our harbour, our home, that is exactly what we're about, caring for those places and those people, and developing citizens who care and want to make a difference for their community and their environment. So what your funding goes towards is paying for our facilitator Amanda to work in the region. And the work that a facilitator does is there's some of it is directly working with schools to support them on their individual journeys and reflect on their sustainability practice and identify next steps. And some of the work is more behind the scenes to try to make it easier for schools to connect with one another, to connect with community groups, and connect with local places. So this collaborative work that Amanda is doing behind the scenes, Amanda and the other facilitators and providers of environmental education in Porirua are amazing at working together collaboratively. So it's great for us because it means that we can bring opportunities to maintain momentum to schools that are Enviro schools and are already on an ongoing journey. And it also means that through our collaborative work, we can connect with other schools who might not be, might not have committed to an ongoing sustainability journey with Enviro schools yet, but we can sow the seeds with them. So Amanda's just going to share a little bit about some of the collaborative work that's happening.
Kia ora, Karen. Tēnā tātou, tēnei te mihi kia koutou, mō tō koutou tautoko i a tātou kaupapa o Enviro Schools. So yeah, a very quick snapshot. Here's one of the examples of working collaboratively. This is particularly in the Western Porirua Kahui Ako. Our place stands for Porirua Learners Active, Connected, Empowered. It's based on a DOC CCM, which is a collaborative community education model. It's been seed funded by DOC. The YELP is the name that the students, leaders across the schools in the Kahui Ako have self-named, and it stands for Young Environmental Leaders Porirua. So our role is to be supporting our young people, their kaiako and their wānau, to be empowered to lead and participate in taking action for the restoration of our local environment. So here's a range of examples of what that has been looking like in the last year. A community event hosted at Ngāti Toa School led by the students, supported by us and their wānau and wider community. Some of our councillors were represented there that day. Thank you for supporting. And some teacher PLD that's supporting the teachers in planning collaboratively.
PLD is?
Professional learning and development. Then supporting the young leaders collaboratively across the schools, and then taking action out in the environment on a weekend with student leaders and wānau and us as their supporters. So, the two Enviro schools in this part of Porirua are Ngāti Toa School and Porirua School. And this project is led by Rebecca McCormick and Porirua Harbour Trust, and also alongside Te Puna Mātauranga o Ngāti Toa. So this has been an incredible opportunity to build relationships with mana whenua, and for us to mahi-tahi alongside them with supporting their priorities. And so it's not just those two Enviro schools that I'm having that opportunity to build relationships with, all the early childhood and the college and the intermediate that are also part of that. So that's one really good example. This is specifically Enviro School's led project, but in collaboration with Te Rito Gardens and funded by Greater Wellington Regional Council, with also some support from conservation volunteers on the ground as we're needing it increasingly. The intention of this is restoring biodiversity and health of ecosystems within and in the surrounds of the school communities, and the big picture goal is for contributing to the health of Te Awarua Porirua. So there are 9 Enviro schools that I'm working with on these projects. These photos here are the examples of one of them, and this is Porirua School's wetland habitat planting. Photos from last year, which was our 4th year of this project, and so we're preparing and planning for the Year 5 planting across those schools now. They've also got a really exciting outdoor classroom project happening in the school, so watch this space. That is pretty exciting to be supporting that. So we're going to also be additionally planting around that and then linking up our plantings over time. The other great opportunity why I thought this was a really good example is that the Elsden Wetland Restoration Project is happening across the road, and so that's a fantastic opportunity for this, not only this school, but this school in particularly, because they have similar issues on the other side of the road around their land, which is why we're restoring the wetland that it once was. And so that opportunity for deeper learning in relation to the relationships of local waterways, our human impacts, and the learning from nature's models for living in harmony with the natural ecology of our local environment. One more example, that Enviro Schools is collaborating with Garden to Table program and with the PCC Garden and Compost Club, led by Alicia Rich, as well as local food growing network, both in the east and in the west particularly. So we've had 2 collaborative events this year. The first was hosted at Cannons Creek, which is an Enviro school and a Garden to Table school. That was in term 1. And then we had one recently at Te Rito Gardens in the term break. We've had really great attendance. And so we've got another event, collaborative event coming up at Hampshire Street Edible Earth Urban Farm in Cannons Creek later this month. The intention here is strengthening relationships and connections across local schools that are participating in these programs. It's a really good example of cross-pollination of our sharing knowledge, skills and resources for creating thriving, sustainable communities. These network hui that are examples here of what that's looked like when we've been co-facilitating these together, demonstrating and sharing simple recipes from school gardens, seed collecting, soil health, composting practices, meeting local beekeepers, and making beeswax cloth reusable food wraps. And I'd just like to flag that I'm really looking forward to coming back later this evening to support one of our Enviro Schools lead teachers from Kōrero School in the east, who has submitted a really awesome proposal for a community outdoor classroom hub space, and we're really excited about being able to continue to support that proposal.
Is it the end of our time?
Yeehaw. No, it's not. It's not. You've got another 2 minutes.
Oh, yay.
So do you want to say some more? This goes on to our afternoon tea, so I'm sure councillors are willing to give up a few minutes of afternoon tea. So
Aren't we worth it?
Either you can ask questions or we could tell you about our great idea.
I'll ask a question.
Okay.
Yep.
If I'm allowed. Thank you.
Oh, I was just about to. Yeah, go on.
Thank you.
Councillor Morrell.
So many of the schools that you were talking about here in the eastern and the western wards, are you doing anything with the schools in the northern ward area?
We are, yes. I suppose the bigger collaborations are happening in these spaces currently, so a lot of energy is going there. But the schools across Porirua, and not just the Enviro schools, are invited to a lot of our collaborative hui. So it's very open, but I guess these are the key partnerships that are within the constraints of this time were the things that I've highlighted.
Thank you. Izzy?
So you said there were 9 schools that are involved from Porirua in Enviro schools, is it correct?
Who are specifically in an ongoing relationship with Enviro schools, but through all these collaborations, I'm working across, having contact with a lot more.
How do schools get involved? How do they sign up to Enviro schools?
So what happens is that they commit to an ongoing journey. So they're saying that as a whole school they will work together, and that the principal and the board of trustees and the leadership and all the teachers will be on board to support the students. So they put their hands up, and that's one of the reasons why it's really useful to have our feelers out with other schools, so that they get a sense of, I'd really like some support and to be part of that network. And
And so they're all primary schools. We do also work with early childhood and secondary, not yet so much in Porirua, but the opportunities to build on that are there.
Okay, and sorry, the last one was just your submission. You don't want anything more. You're happy with.
So we do want more.
Sorry, dang it. Sorry, just kidding.
Great question.
We're just not ready to know exactly how to describe that yet, but what we are really keen to do, we definitely need more to work directly on the ground with schools. They just need so much more help, and a lot of Amanda's time is getting sucked into helping with planting and things like that. And so that's our great idea, is that we would really, and what some of the other organisations are having as well, is that we'd really like to have some intern roles for young people who could actually support the schools on the ground. And so that could be work for them, work experience, or paid work for young people coming out of Enviro schools, or just stepping into the world of work, where they could help out some of these schools on the ground, but also be developing skills for work.
And probably a really great example, a specifically good example of that is our Living Landscapes Habitat projects, whereby busy classroom teachers and me, in terms of maintaining and sustaining those projects over time, and then growing them, is the legwork is increasing, and so there's a real potential there for our young people to have a learning, working experience, and possible career pathways from that.
Thank you. Councillor Sewell, you didn't? Okay, so I think we've given that a good go. I know from experience that Amanda does a great job running around and doing stuff that is important, speaking directly, having been involved at Paremata School. So great job. So thank you for your presentation. And I'm not sure, I guess officers of note, you'll have an ongoing discussion with officers, and gradually that will come back to us. Thank you. So now we have afternoon tea. People back here at
3:30.
Yep.
For the next.
Yeah, 3:30. All right. We'll now reconvene. And can I ask Colin Stone from Sport New Zealand in Aotearoa? Thank you, Colin. Now, you have... is your microphone on there? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. So you've got 10 minutes, Colin, and a bell will ring at 8. So if you want to leave time for some questions, you can. If not, carry on with your 10 minutes.
Okay, I think I'll be shorter than 10 minutes, so I'll be fine. Okay, kia ora tātou, everyone. Look, thanks for the opportunity to verbally support our submission. My name is Colin Stone. As you heard, I'm the Regional Partnership Manager for Sport New Zealand for the Central and Lower North Island. Firstly, I would like to open by acknowledging the significant contribution that Council makes to the play, active recreation and sports sector, with great facilities, open spaces, parks and reserves, supported by a really dedicated and passionate staff who work hard for their community and take pride in what they do. We also acknowledge Council's commitment to well-being and the role that physical activity plays, contributing towards healthy, active and more connected communities. Sport New Zealand is the Crown agency for play, active recreation and sport, with a vision of everybody active, aligned to government's wellbeing agenda. Our focus for the first 4 years of our 12-year strategy is on young people 5 to 18-year-olds, our tamariki and rangatahi. In particular, through our investment into our partner organisations such as the Regional Sports Trusts, National Sports Organisations, National Recreation, Education and Disability Organisations, and through closer alignment and support to key regional stakeholders such as Porirua City Council, we are working to reduce the decline in physical activity levels for our 12 to 18-year-olds, where there is a big drop-off, and to increase the activity levels for those tamariki and rangatahi where the barriers to physical activity are greater. As a result, there is less activity. Council will be aware that through your own status report on wellbeing trends for children and young people shows a decline in physical activity, and we believe that there is opportunity for more of a collaborative approach in supporting Council to address these declines by being more closely aligned to the work of Nuka Ora, ultimately better aligned to the strategic priorities of Sport New Zealand. We commend Council for its strategic priority of putting children and young people at the heart of the city, and this provides a real opportunity for greater collaboration. Our Regional Sports Trust partner for Greater Wellington Region is Nuka Ora, formerly Sport Wellington, who play a critical leadership role in driving collaborative and regional approaches to physical activity, and we would encourage Council to get closer to Nuka Ora for greater alignment and understanding of regional and local priorities. Nuka Ora are the backbone organisation for the development and implementation of Living Well, the regional physical activity framework for the Wellington region, and commitment from this council to support Nuka Ora in its implementation will benefit both council and, importantly, the local community. Nuka Ora have been seeking tangible investment from Porirua City Council, along with the other TAs in the Wellington region, to enable targeted leadership to be provided for the implementation of the Wellington Regional Spaces and Places Plan. This plan provides Council with a clear strategic view of play, active recreation and sporting infrastructure needs, and will ultimately enable Council to make better decisions and therefore a better spend for ratepayers. With this in mind, we acknowledge the Council's recent commitment to invest into the leadership of this plan. We recognise that Council has a lot going on and has to balance many priorities, but we would request that Council apply a physical activity and wellbeing lens across all of its work. For example, what are the physical activity needs of the local community, and how can the proposed multi-use facilities contribute to these? How can the proposed cultural arts centre be a catalyst for physical activity? How do subdivision developments such as Plimmerton Farms enhance physical activity opportunities? How do your wonderful array of parks and reserves become greater places of activities, and how do you activate them for the benefit of the local community? With regards to some specific consultation areas, we make the following point on the village planning programme. We do have some concerns regarding the proposed changes to the village planning process. Our concern is that it will get lost in the annual plan and LTP process, and that the community aspirations of working with council to address their own physical activity aspirations might be lost. We are a firm supporter of projects that are locally led and are aware of a number of play and active recreation projects that are bubbled up from the community. Indeed, there are some fantastic examples from around the country of community-led projects that have achieved great things in partnership with local councils, and we feel that this might be lost if this process is changed. So in summary, while we are providing some specific comment on some specific aspects of the long-term plan, our key message is one about getting closer, a closer and supportive relationship with the regional leadership organisation for play, active recreation and sport, Kōrero, and thus better connection with Sport New Zealand will hopefully assist Council to meet the community aspirations for greater well-being through physical activity, notably for our tamariki and rangatahi, where clearly there is already a strong strategic alignment. Kia ora.
Thanks very much, Colin. Do we have councillors wanting to ask any questions? No questions. It's pretty clear. Thank you very much then, Colin, for coming along and presenting to us.
Thank you. Kia ora, everyone.
Thank you. So, Gare, are you ready to come and speak to us? I won't repeat about the 10 and 8 minutes because you were sitting there and heard well.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. And yes, look, I've got a few points. I see you're looking to charge for city centre parking. Well, could I suggest as part of that that there's an hour free, because that always helps people come quickly, do their thing and go. They've got it in Nelson and it works very well. On the Three Waters regulation, I watch that with interest and see what happens. But any moves to improve drainage and stop water leaks and handle the Three Waters, as long as it's done correctly and efficiently, is an essential thing to have. And I'm not in favour of Maori wards and non-elected members being on committees and voting. I don't think that's a good thing. And as I understand it, with Maori wards, they can only vote for either Maori wards or the other members, so they don't have such a broad spectrum of people to vote for. I'm not in favour of a living wage for contractors. Don't believe council should be a social welfare department, and the contractors themselves won't be able to employ people if they, don't pay them enough anyway, because I know it's pretty hard out there to get people at the moment. So I don't think there should be a policy from the council on that. The affordability of rates is a bit of a problem, all right? And Porirua rates have never been cheap and always been quite expensive, and now there's a proposed 8.05% rise, which for residential ratepayers is equivalent to, in a lot of cases, would be another $8 to $12 a week that they'd have to be putting towards it because they've got to have tax-paid money to do it. But our major concern, or my major concern, and a number of others that are in the sort of shopping plaza rating thing, is that the surprising and tremendous increase proposed for next year of 20.88%, which far outweighs any other rate increase for any other part of the city, and I believe is totally unjustifiable. We've already had some reasonably substantial rate increases over the last couple of years, and to pick out this sector, I think, is totally unreasonable. And my reasons are, and I think I've stated them here before, but council in the other areas downtown provides parking, looks after it, paints the lines, collects the rubbish, lights it, and all that sort of thing. Whereas in our situation, we have to provide the parking, we have to pay the rates on the land that the cars are parking on, we have to tidy up the rubbish, which is quite a major thing, and we have to pay for the lights that are on the car parks, lighting it up as well, and mark them out when they need marking, and construct the car parks originally and maintain them, which is also a considerable cost. And the other thing is that in these areas, there's, and I know, and particularly in the mega centre anyway, there's restrictions onto the size and the type of retailers you have. You can't have a proliferation of small retailers, and that is to protect the inner city, which makes sense. But with those sort of restrictions, they shouldn't be hiking the rates up to the level of the other parts downtown. And that's why differentials are introduced and used, obviously, for different reasons, for different parts of the town. You know, there's reasons for a differential. And I've spoken to a number of them that are in our situation, and they are concerned too. And as one of them, it was actually Harvey Norman, said that their car park gets used for people using the sports field over the road a lot of the time too. So it gets us public use as well as for their own utilisation. I think that my view would be that the council would be probably wise to sell their social housing and the 3.3 million that they believe they're worth would be useful to come off the council debt, and which would, it says it's not coming off the debt, but if they didn't take it off the debt, they'd have to borrow more money alternatively to do it up. And it would also free up quite a bit of staff time, I'd imagine, because I know from experience looking after residential properties can be quite a time-consuming business. And then they'd also end up with the rates from those properties, which would be an income for the council. And I agree with the cost-saving measures that are proposed, such as reducing the opening hours for the arena, and I think the village planning proposal does have merit. With climate change, I believe that they shouldn't be specially allocating money for this, but when things are being done, they need to bear that in mind and do it in the most that has the least impact on climate change, rather than just having a special allocation for it. I don't know that that is a good thing to do, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
That's it, Gear, is it? Yep.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your feedback. Do we have any questions from councillors? Councillor Trillin.
Thanks very much for your submission. Just on around the level of rates, and obviously you identified that you felt that the rates level is high, and particularly for the plaza. I see in your submission there are a couple of specific areas you've identified that you think funding shouldn't be going towards, like the Cultural Arts Centre, living wage, things like that. Obviously, in the scheme of things, those specific projects aren't going to, even if we don't do them, substantially reduce rates. Is there anywhere in particular that you feel we should be investing less in order to make sure rates are coming down? Is there anything specific you could point to?
No, there was only the odd example given there, like the arena, you know, and the social housing, some of those things, which obviously they're taking note of and trying to do. I just think there needs to be a broad approach on any expenditure, and also, which is possibly being done here anyway, I'm not too sure, but, you know, when there's contracts being let, make sure that you're getting value for money, and that it's not a high-price contract that could be done for a lot less, or the job itself could be done in a more efficient way or a better way, you know, that would be best. But no, I just think they need to concentrate on any expenditure, really, because, you know, when we're facing a 20.88% increase in rates all of a sudden in 1 year, it affects our expenditure, because a lot of our leases are on gross rentals too, so we can't put the rents up. And it means that we've got less money to maintain things and do things like that too.
Any other questions? Jeff, sorry. I was looking at Councillor Sauli.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Ngā mihi ki a koe, Mr. Thomason. Kia ora moto whakaaro I tēnei wā. My question, Mr. Thompson, is I'm sure that some of my council colleagues here are aware of your background, but I'm a little bit confused, so perhaps you can help me out. Do you have a vested interest in commercial properties in Porirua, and perhaps you can expand upon that so I can understand your commentary in greater, in a greater sense? Kia ora.
Yeah, well, we own the mega centre apart from the Harvey Norman part. We don't own, but we own most of all the rest of it, really. And we've got other properties in Porirua as well, one downtown and one up in Elsden. So we do pay quite a bit of rates around the place. But, we believe in Porirua, and we think it's often well underrated and doesn't have the probably the perception that it should have by a lot of people. It's a lot better than the general thought from people out of Porirua area, which is so we try to help that too by encouraging them that it's a good place to go rather than them not knowing that.
Okay, so there being no other questions, I'll thank you very much. And for your input.
That's right. Thanks
a lot. So we have regional public health. Is Demelza? Anita. Oh, it's Anita that's going to be talking to us. Thanks, Anita. So did you hear that you've got 10 minutes and we'll ring a bell at 8. If you want some questions, then...
Great. How does this thing? Do I have to push this for it? It's on already?
Yeah,
Great.
it's on.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Your Worship, councillors, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. My name's Peter Gush. I'm the General Manager for Regional Public Health. It's my privilege to lead the team of people that work at Regional Public Health. And Anita Tuggett is one of our team, and I'll get Anita to introduce herself.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nā mihi ki a koutou, mihi atu ki te mana whenua, nā te tuarangatira. I te taha toku pāpa, no te taikutukarau, no nā pui te iwi, I te taha toku māma, no Taranaki ko ngā rauru kitahi te iwi. Ko Anita Daggett-Ingo, and I work as a community liaison in Porirua.
Thanks, Anita. You'll have in your papers the Regional Public Health submission, so I don't intend to go through that in a blow-by-blow fashion. I suppose that would be great. You'll all be grateful for that. I think, more importantly, Anita and I have a couple of things that we would like to talk to specifically, but we want to ensure, as you said, Ross, that there's time for questions at the end. It's particularly important to us in these opportunities to engage with the matters that are important to councillors. The intent behind our submission is to help you maximise potential health and wellbeing gains from your investment on the social and environmental infrastructure that Porirua needs to thrive as the population grows and changes. We also see this as a time to raise opportunities where Regional Public Health and Porirua City Council can work together to strengthen community resilience in particular. We'll all note that from last year's events, particularly in regards to public health threats. We've got the example of the pandemic that's ongoing, but there are other things such as the climate change impacts, which we address in our submission, and the growing impacts of long-term conditions such as diabetes. For those of you that would have been around the table, the last long-term plan submission, you may remember that last time we actually came along and brought a couple of the local GPs with us to talk about that and what are the things that the health sector can do and what are some of the things that the council in particular can do to impact those. It's our contention that by partnering on key public health issues where we find mutual points of interest, we can reduce the burden of engagement, particularly on communities, and become more effective in the things that we're looking to achieve. Two specific collaboration opportunities that I wish to speak to. One is inviting your participation in the development of a regional food network. And I think we'll all be aware of the strains and pressures on our community last year during the pandemics, particularly during the lockdowns, and looking for other ways to address that. And there are notes in our submission around that. Our food system is fragile, and currently there are too many people that are dependent on charity and food waste. Working across region with councils and other stakeholders, we're looking to develop sustainable solutions to these issues, things that make sense and strongly align with plans under the regional Wellington Region Growth Framework to develop a regional food strategy. There's been some work done already, facilitated by Regional Public Health, and sends a series of hui across the Greater Wellington area to start that process. And the other area is housing, and we want to encourage Porirua City Council to participate in the cross-sectorial Wellington Regional Healthy Housing Group, which has a vision of everyone in the Wellington region lives in warm, dry and safe housing by 2025. That group has a mixture of over 50 organisations around its table, including central government, councils, district health boards, ourselves, research, social outreach, health and community organisations. The group provides a forum for the sharing of ideas, information and resources, and actually provides a really great opportunity to explore where organisations may work in partnership. I'll pass on to Anita.
Thank you. So there's a couple of other points that I'd like to talk to that were included in our submission. The first one is about Te Awarua o Porirua Harbour. So we consider it a taonga not only for the mana whenua, but also those of us that are users of the harbour. I myself am a recreational user of the harbour and have done so for the last 20 years. And what I've noticed is a dramatic change in the water, in the environment, and part of it is due to major property development occurring and the lack of quality infrastructure to support the growth, which is essentially means there's an overflow into our harbour. Every day I'm out on the water, I see changes. People are still collecting kaimoana as well from both harbours, so there's uncertainty as to know whether the food source is tainted or not. And so what I would like to inquire about or ask of Council is how are these users of the harbour and the collectors of the kaimoana, how are they informed of contaminants and how these messages communicated to the community? So essentially, is it about a communication strategy and what does that look like? So I'm keen to hear about what proactive actions are happening from a council perspective and if there's anything that we could do in collaboration to support this ongoing work. The other area that I have seen a need within the community is around water storage, so water tanks. And I was fortunate to be involved in the Emergency Operations Centre, and so I knew exactly where the water tanks are. And in terms of the communities that I'm working with, they're not necessarily accessible for them. And we're talking about emergency situations. So is there an opportunity or is there any likelihood of water tanks to be stored around the community in those areas that we're working in? The other area that I just want to touch on is around homelessness. And I'm sure we're all aware that it is a huge topic. And we acknowledge that it's not entirely the responsibility of council. So it's everyone's issue. However, council need to be able to offer suggestions as to how this community can be better supported. So there's health and social services in Porirua wanting to help those in need of housing. And so it's just about, and we're aware that there's a shortage of housing. So we just need to be cognizant of the type of housing that our homeless people are in need of. And so it's not your typical traditional emergency type transitional housing. Council are leaders and we encourage council to be at the table alongside our health and social services so that we can collectively discuss how our individual roles and contributions to support this issue. We'd like for us to consider a collective vision to addressing the homelessness in Porirua and understanding what role we all play in this vision. So yeah, I'd just like to ask Council, what do you think your role is in this space?
Kia ora.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're not going to answer those questions sitting around the table today, Anita, I'm sorry. Do councillors have any questions of both Peter and Anita? Councillor Trillin.
Cheers, thanks. I was just wondering in relation to the part of your submission on climate change, where you've talked about a proposal around potentially subsidising green waste bins. I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit further to that and in particular whether or not that proposal, is that modelled off something you've seen at another council, or is there a particular way that you see that working?
Yeah, I'll have to come back to you with that and talk to the experts within the team, and we'll get some information back to you on it. Yeah.
Thanks. Councillor Duncan.
Page 100 in the you support but I was when it comes can you tell us your position?
In responding to the submission, we support the concept of the Moana Court complex being sold and it going to a social housing provider and doing that. I think our view at that point would be one that it was up to council how it saw its ongoing responsibilities with that complex once it was sold. Given the occupants who will be living in there, I wouldn't want our response at this stage, and I could check with one or two of the team, but we wouldn't want to see the council abdicating all responsibility around the people who would be living in that place. Yeah. Is that fair enough, Mike? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other questions? Yes. Yeah, we're out of question time. Well, look. Yeah. No, we do have a minute. Make it quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is going to be very quick. With regards to the part of the submission talking about providing accessible spaces, do you think that it's the council's responsibility to ensure that it follows the mantra, nothing done to us without us, in terms of the design of these spaces?
Me? Mm-hmm. Yep. Just checking. I always check with the team before I open my mouth, otherwise I get into trouble. Yes, I would say that there's another buzzword around at the moment. I'm not big on buzzwords, but people talk about co-design, and we would fully support that if there's going to be work done in the space, that it will be done with the people who are most affected by that design work.
Thanks. Thank you both for the presentation and the submission. We now have Simon Phillips. Is Simon... Yeah, great, Simon, from Porirua Marae Association. Very good. Thank you. You've heard you've got 10 minutes and validate.
Nā mihi, ko tarana kei te maunga, rā te waka, ko tanga hoi te hapu, ko Ngāti Runui, Ngā Rauru, a te awa, ngā pui Ngāti Whātua, a ko iwi, ko Simon Phillips, taka wenga. Yes, I'm the CEO of Porirua Marae Health Clinic in Waitangiroa. I'm going to keep this brief. I'll read through our submissions again. To be honest, it was an opportunity as a manager to get my staff to take the opportunity to do this, and I think it was a great opportunity. We did it online as well, and we had one of your staff members, project members, came to see us, well, which I really appreciated too, because she was able to provide the context and some of the detail around the questions, because my staff, I couldn't answer more. I didn't want to answer more. I wanted them to actually participate in the process. So really, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity and also providing the information as it was too. I thought it wasn't too detailed, and it was quite easy to read and identify. But I think my staff needed to really read more about it. As you see towards the end, they started getting tired and started to repeat themselves. So I don't want to go into it much, but I said to my staff that I would come here. I said they'll come to submit, to talk to our submission, and then I'll give them some feedback when in our meeting tomorrow. So really, thank you for the opportunity. I did three. I was part of 3 submissions, and the whole 3 were different. So and again, it just shows that, I guess, the diversity in my team and the diversity in the groups that I'm in. And I did one for myself as well. So This is the first time I've put a submission in, and the first time I ended up being in 3 opportunities. It's great. It's great. So, I mean, I've been working in other parts of New Zealand for most of my life, or for actually the last 25 years. And I've been working in my community again for the last 5 years. I really enjoyed it. And some of the work that I've been doing is actually with the City Council, your City Council team, and I've enjoyed my relationships there and the work that we're doing in that area. So all I wanted to do is say thank you. Okay? Kia ora tātou. Any questions?
Thank you, Simon, for first of all for involving your team and making sure that they were providing some input. I mean, it's great to see somebody doing that. So, yeah, well done. So, do we have any specific questions? No specific questions, but we've got your submission.
Okay.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks again, Simon.
Just a question for Simon.
You have a question.
Could we do it any better?
I guess because we held the hui on the marae, and it wasn't the fault of the City Council. It was a hui. It was a tangi on that day. No, I think you did the right thing. I think you would have got more people if there wasn't another important event on at the time. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. Right. Ian McEwen. Sorry, I knew it was McEwen. So Ian, you've got 10 minutes. The bell will ring after 8 if you want some questions. Leave a bit of time for questions.
Yeah, it got made pretty clearly by Lynn Bailey before she rudely hung up on the phone, because I'm true to my word, Lynn. What I said to you is what I'm going to talk about. But there was no need to hang up on the phone. Interest in 3 properties and you get 10 minutes. So the bell will go. Right. Okay, what you've got in this plan, you've got great ideas, and I would love to live in the city that this plan is going to outline. I fully support this plan, and I fully support paying extra rates on the 3 properties to get to where we should be going. However, I have grave questions about the competency, capability and capacity for Porirua City Council, from what I've seen as a ratepayer for over 39 years, to actually deliver what's in this plan. You've got great ideas, but you've got mediocre staff. I've made over 60 complaints about the rubbish collection over the years. The German-Dutch guy which you had here was useless. He's since retired. I've only had 1 meeting with somebody from the Porirua City Council staff, and I subsequently got an apology from Waste Management. That meeting with that staff member meant a lot. The others just go by the wayside. Our street has got 3 patch jobs done by the council. Are there still the problem there? They haven't fixed the issues. They just come and do a rubbish job. The truck driver sits in this truck while other people go out and mow the lawns. He sits there, sitting in his truck. I've told the parks manager it still happens. You've got a Porirua worker who sits in one of your emblem vans at Browns Bay. He can sit there for up to 2 hours. I'd love to know what he's doing sitting there. Are your customer service staff, when you come in, aren't very helpful at all? They just tell you to go over to that computer in the corner. I made a complaint about those. I got an apology. Your call centre, you phone the call centre, you raise issues with the call centre, it just goes unanswered. I made a complaint to Ashley Gore 4 years ago. I'm still waiting for an acknowledgement letter, an update letter, or a final response. Your call centre, we had sewerage coming down our driveway from the drains coming through. The call centre said, well, it's on your land, it's your property, you get the plumber to go and fix it. Fortunately, my next door neighbour's engineer, he then took over the phone, started talking about easements, and next thing we had somebody coming out on the weekend to come and clear all the blocked stuff in the drains. The contractors did a great job. Yeah, call centre was useless. Your Pora City Garden staff, down at Aotea, you've got smoking signs up there, or a smoke-free area. Your council staff just literally stand close to them smoking away. Not a great sight for the public or children. Aotea Lagoon used to be pristine when we shifted in there 39 years ago. Now it's very disgusting. We were up in New Plymouth a few weeks ago for a long weekend. They've got that big park right through the middle, beautiful place. All started in 1875. Somebody from the council had a vision. They've followed it through, and that's a beautiful place up there. Which brings me on to the recent dealings with the Pora City Council and Wellington Water regarding several floods that I've had, and all credit to Urim for his help, and coming up at night as I'm standing up to my knees in water. However, Steve Watt from Wellington Water, waste of time. You talk to the council, you talk to Wellington Water, you just go round and round in circles. It is like a black hole. Nobody takes any responsibility, and it just goes on and on. Lost files. Oh, we've lost your file. I've spoken to 3 residents in Plympton. They've got the same, lost file. So what I'm getting is what your Plympton people from Gordon Road are getting. There is just no responsibility, no accountability, no nothing. I spoke to the Mayor last year about the issues. I was advised you've got to keep on hounding staff to get anything done, and the Mayor is appalled at the council staff behaviour. They are not risk management trained. They just don't know what they're doing. They don't pay attention. They don't get back to you. You don't have any log or diary or anything of what has to be done. You may as well call NASA, and rather than spend billions of going to the moon, they may as well come here and find out about the black hole that Pora City Council's got. Because whenever you call, it just goes nowhere. So who's ever in charge of your call centre, your communications, whatever, it's up to the CEO to performance management them, because they are not doing their job. You've got to sort out your priorities. What are your basic needs? What should you be done? Water. I've known about your water problems for 12, 15 years, and it's only been addressed now. So in 12, 15 years, you've got cost escalations. By the time it's finished, Lord knows what we're going to be paying for it. It needs to be done. It should be done. We've got extra subdivisions going on up at Aotea and Whitby, the landing. We've got this big, huge one coming up from Camborne to Pukera Bay. You need to sort out the infrastructure. I fully support it being done. It needs to be done. Roading needs to be done. Sometimes I leave my place to go on to State Highway 1, getting access to Whitford Brown. Sometimes I join it at Tweed Road outside the police college, and then I just outside the police college chalets, got to get down Tweed Road onto Papacovo Road, and then to get to Whitford Brown, and then it's onto the motorway. The congestion is just diabolical sometimes. Your planners have approved Aotea, you've only got 2 entrances. I should have 3. One of your things in here is to pay contractors the living wage. Treat them as a business, get your quotes from them, and get the best quote you can from the council. Don't pay them the living wage. They just sit in their trucks. Contractors come to our street to redo the road. 2 truck drivers sat there for 2 hours until they got out the trucks to do anything. I don't want to pay them extra to just sit on their butt. Nigel Holman previously had a contract with the council to clear the walking tracks. They were done on a 4-monthly basis. Fulton Hogan then took them over. The tracks were then cleared on a 7-month basis. Of course, Fulton Hogan were cheaper, so they got the contract. Fulton Hogan made their money with the call-outs. You've got to watch how you spend and spend it where you need it and the priorities. The council's not a charity. It's a business. It looks after a massive area and has got massive funds. Sort out your budget, where your priorities are, what your basic needs are, You don't need a very nice ice cake with candles on the top, but you need a proper city that is going to deliver for the future. So when I'm old and decrepit, in my 80s or 90s, in a few years' time, I can look back and see that the Porirua City Council's got things that the New Plymouth has got. At the moment, Porirua is stagnating. We're going backwards. There's a lot got to be done, and the councillors are interested in that 3-year vote to be re-elected for the next time. You actually need councillors who are going to swallow and make those hard decisions and get things done. They are the ones that's going to get my vote, not the airy-fairy one that is all the nicey pie.
That's it, Ian?
I think I've had my say.
Do we have any questions from councillors of Ian? Yes, Councillor Ford.
So just one question, or comment. Thanks, Ian, for coming in. I just thank you for highlighting where we've obviously got we've fallen short in terms of your customer services, and I'm sure we'll take note of it. I do take exception, though, to you ripping a new one into our staff in a forum where they can't defend themselves. We do have a process that you can go via if you've got any complaints, and I do urge you to do that. And if you don't have anything, if you don't get any a good response, then contact one of your elected members. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thanks, Ian.
Excuse me, have I got an opportunity to reply?
No. Sorry.
Oh, so it's okay for them to sling them out at me?
No, she just, it's about a question, so it wasn't, we have heard what you had to say about staff members, and, it's not a place to slang off staff members. So,
Well, I've got other examples about that same staff member.
I'm sure you have, Ian, but, yeah.
Me now?
Yes.
Ian, look, you're angry. You're an angry man. I can get that. I'm interested, though, there was a number of items you listed there where people sit in their trucks for 2 hours.
Yep.
Do you sit there watching them?
Yes.
For 2 hours?
Because I have been retired twice. I've got time up my sleeve. Coming back from the Judgeford Golf Course, I see them and watch them. And the truck drivers were just down the road, and I sat on the deck, had a cup of tea and watched them. I'm not angry. I just want a better place and a better workers.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Ian, and we want the same. So we've heard you. All right. So thank you for coming along.
Thank you.
Right. So is Diane here? Oh, I couldn't see you, Diane. I was looking. You were hidden by Kylie. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Right, did you hear you've got 10 minutes and 8 minutes? Bang.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Yeah. Yeah, beat that. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the long-term plan. And yes, thank you for putting the thoughts of council out into the public domain for comment. I acknowledge that this is not a two-way conversation that we've got here, but I do have some questions. I guess that they're going to be rhetorical questions, but hopefully by voicing them, it might prompt your thinking, even if you can't give me an answer. I know you have to plan for the future and for longer than your terms as councillors. If previous councils had done so, then maybe we wouldn't be in the mess that we have today, particularly around wastewater and stormwater. These require so much more in rates to address due to the previous underspending. However, in 2018, we were told it was a 20-year review rather than the previous 10 years that we were looking at. And now 3 years later, we're on to 30 years. So my first question is, what's changed from the 2018 timeline of major projects and city milestones? The current LTP presents these issues as though they haven't been in the forum before, and I think it would have been more helpful to assume that most things have not changed and identify those that have and ask on those ones. Talking of things that have changed since the 2018-38 LTP, there was a projected rates rise of 4.98% for each of the next 5 years, and then dropping, with Council indicating that this level would meet the levels of service that Council wanted to provide. Admittedly, COVID came along, but surely that has not been the sole reason for the rates increase that we're currently looking at. So my second question is where the need for the additional 3.07% for the average ratepayer has come from. Which brings me to the next question, which is who is the average ratepayer? Am I an average ratepayer for whom the rates impact for the Three Waters capital expenditure is put at $163.24 per year? I really would like to know more about what those proposals mean for me and actually who you define as the average ratepayer. It would help. Recently, we've seen significant increases in property values, and I understand that rates are linked to property values. So does Council anticipate a resulting increase in rates? Or what happens when the bubble bursts and rates go and property values go down? Are we going to be hit with differing rate values at that point? After last year, even 1 month ahead, we would never have imagined what we were going to see in terms of life. It changed so quickly. So it's difficult to have confidence in predictions. If we're going to be working on crystal ball gazing, then I think it would be better that Council focuses this on the core services where there is more certainty. You know more about how the pipes are going to work, how long they're going to last, how long your road surfaces are going to last. And I think that Council's proposed spending should be on the nuts and bolts of the city that keep it functioning well and future protected, that you must work on the must-haves at this time. It's not time for the nice-to-haves. Three Waters is a core council service, and I support the emphasis placed on this. I accept that there is a contribution that we all make to the well-being and health of the city as a whole, but I do question how that is attributed also across onto the rural ratepayers. I know we have a proportion to pay, and I'm quite happy about that. It would just be nice to see that a little bit clearer. I also fully support the need to protect the harbour and the work that needs to be done in the catchments to assist this. As a member of Te Awarua o Porirua Whaitua Committee, I was well aware of the requirements placed on the Council to address the health of the harbour and of the waterways. I am puzzled by the LTP proposal for riparian planting, which seems to indicate that this is solely the responsibility of Porirua City Council and or between the Council and central government. There is no acknowledgement within the document of the role that Greater Wellington Regional Council has in riparian management. As a rural landowner, I've been working with GW for a number of years on riparian planting and land retirement, paying 50% of the cost of plants and fencing. So where do my contributions and those from Greater Wellington fit into the Council's funding calculations? Finally, I'd like to note my support for the status quo of the village planning program. My experience of the program has been that it's been a positive way for communities to work, not just together, but also with council. It may seem like a very small issue in the large scheme of council work, but I think that in a cost-benefit analysis, the village planning gives council more goodwill than what it costs you. This definitely, for me, has the feeling of if it ain't broke, why fix it? Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Do we have any questions of Diane from councillors? Yes, Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thanks, Diane. That's great. Look, just one point that you made on in item F of your submission where you said increases in property values will see an increase in income for the council. You know that's not right, don't you?
I would like to understand more, and I think that there are lots of people within the rural community, and I'm going to be talking on, you've got to listen to me again later on behalf of the Residents Association, sorry. But I think certainly that there is a lot more work that council could do around explaining how rates work to people. I think that would give people more confidence to engage in these processes if they understand how it's worked out, where it goes in a lot more detail. I consider that I'm not any Einstein or whoever, a great mathematician, but so I don't understand all the facts and figures, but it's around that sense of, is this right or is this not? What's going to happen? So it's more, as I say, a rhetorical question, and those are the things that I think I would like to understand more, and I think council could do more in terms of engaging with people around that.
Noted, Diane. Yeah. Councillor Trillin.
Kia ora, thank you, Diane. I just had a question around protecting our harbour, and obviously I noted that you fully support measures to ensure we're doing everything we can to protect the harbour, and I note those concerns that you raised about the allocation of responsibility. So I just wanted to clarify, in terms of the specific proposal that we've made in the plan around the riparian planting, is that something that you do support Porirua City Council doing, or do you see that as something that needs to happen but isn't the role of PCC?
I think there's a role for PCC in this. But what concerned me was that I couldn't find any information here that says about what is put in from the other parties. It talks about working with central government, but it doesn't talk about working with Greater Wellington or with the landowners. And I think that so definitely support, definitely see that council has a role there, but would like to know how council sees that role in terms of the other parties that are also putting their hand up for that work too.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you, Diane, and we'll see you again.
See you later. Thank you.
So, Paul Fitzgerald from the Porirua Bay Residents Association, you've got this one, and you can follow on at the end of this for your next one, Paul. So it's Paul squared now. Yep. Yes, it's probably better.
To speak on our submission to the long-term plan. I am principally to talk about the village planning program and the alternatives that have been presented. The village planning program's been going for a while. It was quite innovative. It's proved extremely popular, which is definitely a problem because obviously there are more demands for money on it and there's a limited amount of money. And we came to the realisation this couldn't go on as it does forever, and that there are alternatives that need to be looked at as to how to deliver things to villages. And at the moment it's a choice between going to council and making a case and going through that whole process, or sticking with the current one. But we believe there's actually another way of doing it, which is to move to in fact get all the villages, the council and other interested parties to co-design a new village planning program adhering to the philosophy of a great village and a city experience. We could use the time from 20 to 21, or 21-22 to develop this develop a new design program and introduce it in 22-23, which fits in with what the purpose was with the abeyance of the program. And they partly got it because without the support and guidance of a village planning program, it's possible that many community groups that have developed will actually drift away and their potential will be lost. And it gives the villagers a chance to develop their own visions and use talents from their community. Now, the sort of thing that comes up to me, let's see if I can operate this, oh, this is technology, I'm in trouble, is what's actually on my little pro thing here. Oh, that's yes, they're right, good. Okay, this is just a case of example, what you can do about something. There's the Elizabeth Reserve in Porirua Bay, which is up on what's now called St Mary Estate. There's two entrances, one from Elizabeth Street and one from Pukemia Way. Now, at the moment, this thing's mostly unused. Hang on. Okay, you walk into it, and that's what you see. There's a little bit of mown bit there. There's some trees, but unfortunately they've got lots of creeper over them, and they're slowly dying. Off to another side is a convenient place to put lawn clippings. And again, we've got lots of creeper and stuff. That's one view from it, and it's not quite a nice view. You can, almost in the centre of thing, just behind the dead tree, you can see the highway and one of the part of the Araharakiki pathway. That's a little old, probably an old farm building of some sort, maybe a sheep shelter down in it. It's not tall enough for me to stand up in, so it's nice kid size. That's the grass that occupies the open area in it. It's knee deep, not much use. And that's a view up from it to the houses. So on a low area, people living nearby still have got privacy. And that's just another little view of all the bush and stuff around. It's a great place for kids to play. Okay, so one thing that can happen to this is we could go and get it in the village planning program and put in for funding to get it done. Or under the new one, we go up before the council, make a case, and there's all budgeting and stuff, and it's all turned out to be expensive or whatever. But the other way is for a small amount of money going in to clean it up, and local residents planting some native trees and that, and then as time progresses they put in amenities that they want. They can seek funding from other areas and do it that way. Now, that sort of program where you get a local initiative requiring only a small amount of council funding to start off with, funding sought from other areas, brings a buy-in from the community, and they look after it. At the moment, people up there actually look after the top part. It's to their benefit because they then have over their fence a nice flat area, and they can use it. But the whole thing would enable the community to start to make use of it and to make it the way they want it. And that is best done in the context of a village planning program which sets out the parameters of what the program will do, the amounts of funding it will do, and it enables things to be done for all the permissions that are necessary from council to be got quite easily without having to go around to different sections of the parts of the council and put your case. So a village planning program that is a clearinghouse or a meeting place, a hub to get all this done, would be of great benefit. It would enable interested groups and communities to start off and know that they've got some backing somewhere. And that's is basically it.
That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paul. So do we have any questions from councillors? Yes, Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. You mentioned buy-in from the community. What interests me is how do you go about getting consensus for the different things that you plan, and what sort of response do you get from your community? I have this fear that that it gets captured by a few people and they become the village plan for the whole village.
Well, no, this is the sort of thing that people come up and say to me, what can we do about this reserve? Blah, blah, blah. I'd like to be able to do this. How do I do it? So, yeah, you do need wide... Well, that's a sort of more local one, because people at one end of the bay are not going to go walking all the way up to Elizabeth Park for a picnic. They might, but it's not in their interest. And there are various little pockets around where you have an interest which is not going to ride over anybody else's. And the way we're trying to work things is to involve small community groups coming into the Residents Association and all talking to each other. It's the only way you can do it.
Any other questions? I just wanted to ask Paul whether you'd spoken to anyone outside Porirua Bay and some of the other village planning or areas that this co-design thing?
Yes, I have.
You have?
Yes.
That's good. And some of those
and
thoughts are in what you're talking about now?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Right, thanks.
Thanks very much. Well, you don't have to step down. You can now move on to...
Right, I'll take that hat off and put on this one, and I'll turn another page.
Very good.
Right. Now, this is from Haiara Porirua, and our submission fits in with the Porirua Bay Residents Association's, which is, quite amazing. I don't know how that happened. And no, you're going to hear a different story. We don't have anything to do with parks. Haiara Porirua started out as the Green and Gold Trails, which was the natural and heritage stories of Porirua Bay. And as we worked on we started on the history part because that was what we had a lot of, or a good bit of information on. And as we worked on it, we realised that Porirua Bay is shaped by its pathways. There were the Wakatoronga, Brenton's Beach where canoes came in, Tawatapu Track where Ngāti Toa came from Taupapa, southerlies to gather Kaimoana. There was the railway, there's Ely Road, there's Centennial Highway, and now there's the Te Aroa Trail. And we were talking with Ngāti Toa, and the discussion actually brought up our name, Haiara Porirua. So, but we were talking about, so that's our background. Funding has been a benefit to us in our project quite immensely. We've done quite a lot of work. We've still got work to do. But the funding also brings in pressure with deadlines because it all has to fit into financial years. We've got in place history plaques. We've got a few remaining ones to do, and we're going to then work on the geology, the flora and the fauna. And we will not need vast amounts of funding for that, but if it's the sort of thing that we can get from time to time, little bits to help us, again, the permissions from council to do things, like okay, for our history book things, we've got bollards in various places around around the village. They're on road reserve and stuff like that, so we need council permission to do that. Again, as I say, a centralised hub where we can easily get all that stuff within the whole context of a village planning program is the sort of thing we want.
Okay. Any questions of that, councillors? No, I think we have noted what you're saying, Paul.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
All right. So, do we have Ellen Blake here? Yep. And Paula. Okay. So for Living Streets Aotearoa. Yes. Welcome. Now, we've got heaps of time. So usually we ring a bell at 8 minutes, and gives us an opportunity to ask questions. So we will ring that bell at 8 minutes, and we can ask questions if you want us to.
Kia ora tātou. Thanks for having us here today. I'm with Living Streets Aotearoa, the pedestrian advocacy group. So we want more people walking more often, having great places to live and really enjoying their public spaces. We're quite excited about some of the projects that Porirua's got on. I know there's about 31 around the central area in Kōrero, particularly interested in the one along Littleton Road where we just hopped off the train and crossed over, and it'd be fantastic to see that link with the river and the harbour even better. So we're here to tautoko your work and to support you in future projects. And I'm just going to pass over to Paula Warren to say a little bit more.
Yeah, so Living Streets is the national pedestrian organisation, and we have relatively limited resources in Wellington, but we're very keen to put them into projects that the city is keen to work on and to work jointly with you. One of the things that we can offer that we've mentioned in our submissions is support for street audits, so identifying things. Very often for pedestrians, it's the little things that make the difference. So, you know, I'm a ratepayer and own a house in Champion Street, and there is no light in the underpass from Meffin Place to the Park and Ride. We have had some significant discussions with Greater Wellington about the mess they made of the pedestrian route across the Park and Ride, and they have promised to do better next time. So there's a whole lot of very small things that would make quite a big difference to pedestrians that we're keen to work with the city on. So I guess in terms of the long-term plan, one of the important things is for you to earmark a relatively small amount of budget to allow some of those projects to proceed. And we can help support you in things like getting supporting funding from NZTA, working with groups like KiwiRail and Metlink to make sure some of those projects go ahead. So just encouraging you to make sure that there is some ring-fence budget in your plan to support those relatively small projects that would make a huge difference to the pedestrians in your city. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. So do we have any questions, councillors? Can I just ask whether you've got the lighting for that Meffin Street underpass yet?
No.
It's incredibly dangerous. So
yeah, and you know, I mean, my tenants or me if I'm visiting the place, you know, there is a choice of using the other underpass which has a bend in it. That means you can't see who's at the other end, or using the Meffin Place one which has poor lighting. And it's those little tiny things. They don't cost very much. They just require somebody to actually sit down and make things happen. And we're very happy to be partners to work with people like NZTA to get some of those things done.
yeah.
I thought that lighting.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something staff can take away. I mean, I don't know who's responsible for doing what. That's always a problem. no one ever knows. Well, and if it's Waka Kotahi, then we have an involvement, and it needs to be on our program for us to get funding to do those sorts of things. So, what dialogue do you have with our officers at the moment?
We've been talking to them about I think it's the 31 transport projects around Porirua, but we're particularly interested in what's going to happen at Kēnapuru Drive when transmission gully comes through and we lose footpath. I still don't know how we're going to cross that road. So we've had over several years, we've had discussions about different projects.
Okay. Yeah. We don't know specifically, so we're not here to talk about those things specifically. But officers need to note this in terms of. I'm sure we've got something planned there because we wouldn't cycling, walking. It's a key part of that development. Yeah.
Yes, we have had discussions in the past about doing a street audit for Te Tahi Bay Shopping Centre, but that didn't quite come off.
Okay, noted. Well, thank you very much for coming along. And sorry, Josh.
No worries. Just very quickly, so there are a couple of specific projects that you've mentioned in your submission under Protecting Our Harbour, and I was wondering if there were any of those in particular that you'd like to draw particular emphasis to, or any that you see as a real top priority that we should focus on doing as soon as possible.
Yeah, so your harbour is a huge asset for the city, but it's virtually inaccessible to the walker. I'm conscious that a number of those projects, are outside the city's control, like the legal rail crossing, or would be expensive, like the Round the Harbour project. But there are a series of things that could be done to make it easier. With a different hat on as chair of the Growing Places Charitable Trust, we're running a project behind the Parramatta Railway Station, and we've been looking at what we can do to make that a much friendlier place for the people who use it, and providing better access to the harbour there. What came out of that was the proposal by a guy who drives trains for a legal crossing at the north end of the station. You would only have to have a crossing covering one track. It would remove the tendency for people to illegally cross the tracks in an unsafe place. And that would probably not cost very much, but it's obviously an issue for Kiwi Rail as to how they manage those. And we're quite happy if the council is interested in helping to take that up with Kiwi Rail. So we're doing quite a lot of work with Kiwi Rail. There's a lot of land around Porirua City that is essentially in Transport Corridor and could become much more interesting for pedestrians and more usable for pedestrians. And obviously one of them is across from the Park and Ride, that piece of land over there. So there's quite a lot of things that you can do at relatively low cost. The Growing Places Trust again has a project at Wall Place in Kēnapuru that's looking at improving that ditch there and putting in some facilities. So we've just put in a seat so that people who work in that area have somewhere that they can sit at lunchtime, hopefully eventually surrounded by native plants. And, that project, we have funding from Greater Wellington for it, but that project has probably cost us about $200. Some of these projects are very cheap and make quite a big difference. Seating around the harbour is quite essential. Seating does a lot of things. It says to people, this is a place you can stop and spend time. So it sends quite a different signal about what that place is, but it also encourages people to actually pause. A lot of people, the way we organise our pedestrian infrastructure encourages people to walk, to go somewhere else. And if you have seating, then it encourages people to pause.
Towards Te Tahi Bay would be a fantastic place to see more people walking around there.
I think there are plans for that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's about funding. Thank you very much, Paula and Al, for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll do something at Te Tahi Bay for $200 for if you want.
Fantastic. That's it, councillors. So we'll take a break now.
In the mayor's room.
In the mayor's room,
Back
yes.
at 5:50.
And back at, 5:50. Okay, everybody, let's get back to the business at hand. We have submitters here. We're just waiting on one councillor, but that'll be fine. So can I ask Jenny McIver to come and talk to us about your submission, please? You've got 10 minutes and we'll ring a bell at 8, and so that gives us a chance to ask some questions, or you can go to the end. Yes, you sit. And have we got the things on there, Ewan? The microphone? Yep, thank you. Mr. Technical Man. It was a joke. Go for it.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share. This is my first time ever giving feedback on a council initiative, and I just wanted to say I found the process of reading through the long-term plan and giving feedback really accessible for me and not as intimidating as I thought it would be. So, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to give some feedback and was pleasantly surprised by the areas that I didn't think I'd have an opinion on, but I found I did. However, tonight I'd really like to talk to the attachment I added to my submission. I would like you, as the City Council, to consider supporting the establishment of the Waitangi outdoor classroom at the Warspite entrance to Bothamley Park. This would be a space for students from local learning communities, schools, early childhoods, playgroups, to base themselves when learning at Bothamley Park. This should be designed in collaboration with students, with staff, and other partner organisations. Having some shelter, a tap, and a toilet would make this a valuable asset with many benefits for our community. Also, to be sustainable, it needs to have staffing. Would you consider staffing it part-time or helping us build relationships with partner organisations who can provide quality, knowledgeable staff? Having those would make this quality learning opportunity for our students. The Waitangi outdoor classroom would become a community resource that enables learning for students in our community. We can take our children there for extended periods of time rather than just short times. Children will have more chances to learn about the local landscape, the importance of our environment, and the impacts we have on our environment. We found over lockdown that having this access to a walk space was incredibly restorative to our well-being. We know that getting our students out into nature is healing, and we want to remove any barriers to getting our kids out there. If we should ever need walks every day again, which we do need every day, but if that's the only time to get out, we're going to really need more spaces. It's also really multi-purpose. Different organisations are able to use this, such as Mountains to Sea, which already does work there, the Porirua Harbour Trust, Enviro Schools, and students ranging from early childhood all the way up to college. I've included here a map with, at the very middle there is the place I want it to happen, between the Castor Loop and Kōrero Crescent. Within 1.2 k's of that space, there are 12 learning spaces I could find on Google Maps, and that's without knowing about other ones that are there. This doesn't include many in-home childcare providers, and I haven't included the Samoan preschool, Aonga Amata, Porirua East. I didn't know much about them. But in the schools alone, that's 1,200 children. In this neighbourhood, just within a K, 1.2 Ks if you include Brandon, there's a lot of young people. Which leads to my next point. Oh, thank you to the presenter who put this bit in, even though I submitted it late. This project aligns with your long-term plan and your strategic priorities, particularly in the three waters. We've been down there to do water testing, bush sprouts. The kids are always keen to get in the water, but we always have to have a discussion about what we notice and how safe we think it is and what the things we consider are. Having access to this resource will make learning about and for the three waters much more accessible for our young people. When we have done water quality testing down there on a wet day, it's way less engaging to get stuck in. In your strategic priorities, you recognise that young people being at the heart of the city was one of your major strategic priorities. I see this as an opportunity for you to provide evidence that you're really going to make this a priority. There needs to be more partnerships with schools if you're going to be serious about this. Schools have easy access to the young people of the city, and they have valuable collaborative connections, which leads to the supporters that I've been able to share this plan with and get on board. The major connection is the Porirua East Kahuiako, thanks to the supporters here representing that. This network of learning communities in the East is powerful because it draws on many passionate and committed professionals who are building world-class learning journeys across the East. The staff in some of the schools I've been able to share this with have been very supportive, and they're very committed to building local curriculum learning opportunities. They're serious about addressing climate change and enabling students to take action in and for this environment. Leo from Nature Schools has, which Amanda's representing a little bit, she was going to be here tonight, has been a catalyst for getting our local schools into Bottomley Park more through her Bush Sprouts program. And she's supported staff to be able to knowledgeably and more confidently do that as well. And she's also actually looking at opportunities to start a one-day school in this location for kids in the East who otherwise wouldn't have access to it. Becky from Porirua Harbour Trust and Amanda from Enviro Schools are also been really supportive and invaluable with their feedback. There are heaps more possible future partnerships that I know that we could pursue. I just haven't had the connections or the opportunities to share this idea with them. One recent possibility is to set up a community apiary possibly there that could be maintained by local community and supported through the work of Steve at Tidisor Gardens. They're looking at building some beekeepers around Porirua. So there's still space to go, and that really leads me to the end to say to you, as the council, do you have any questions for me about this project? But also I'd love any feedback about where I can take this further, who I can have conversations with next, and what partnerships you suggest I could take to keep this project alive. Thank you.
Thank you. So, councillors, do we have any questions for Jenny? Yes, Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. Kia ora, Jenny. Thank you for your submission. I've been to Bush Sprouts, so I have an understanding of the concept that's being suggested here. So I just want to be clear in terms of your submission. Are you suggesting that you already have the building, or do you? Where are we? I want to get some clarity around that, because what you're asking for, council, is I heard you say around a staffer, but is it also about the land, the building, and anything else? Could you be clear on that, please? Kia ora.
Sure. I've included a few possible ideas of building designs. I think that I don't have a building. I think that land is council land at the entrance there. I've assumed that, might be incorrect. I would like you to support the process to design a building, to make it purpose fit, and to install it, to be part of that process.
Yes, Councillor Ford.
Possibly their answer may have answered my question, but has there been a scoping exercise in terms of trying to cost out what this might be, what the amount?
No, there hasn't. This is just a dream that I'm dreaming. No, that would have to be done in collaboration.
It's not a bad dream. I just wondered how far
There are people who would know. I know that Leo from Nature School has done this at Battle Hill. She's based out of the wool shed there, and so I think she would probably be the best person to talk about that process, well, to be involved in that.
Are there any other questions, Councillor? So we're not going to get on into a, we suggest you do this, because this is not the time or place to do that, Jenny. But thank you, unless there's any, thank you for your submission and your idea, and I hope you take it further. We're listening.
Thank you, Ross.
All right. Thank you, Jenny.
Ngā mihi koutou. Thank you. Thanks to May.
So, Moira Lawler, please. Hi, Moira. You've heard about the bell. You've got 8 minutes. Well, you've got 10 minutes altogether. 8 minutes, a bell will ring.
Oh.
Just to tell you that.
Kia ora, talofa lava. I won't need 10 minutes by any means. I'm really just here to emphasise my very brief submission. My main focus really is your decision making around the village plan. Some of you will be aware that I was involved in the village plan from the get-go in 2004 when Porirua City Council really established something that was considered to be groundbreaking, that won both national and international awards. And I guess I'm not here to say that means you can't touch it, it shouldn't change, you can't consider its future. I'm absolutely not here to suggest that, because the village program by definition was supposed to be agile and adaptive and responsive to the needs of the day. So it was never intended to be set in concrete. However, what I would say was it was a very high integrity attempt to engage communities in the city, particularly communities that did not have a strong tradition of engaging with council, and to assist those communities to understand each other better. There was quite a strong theme of kind of cross-pollination and people moving around communities and understanding, if you came from Pukeroa Bay, why people in Waitangarua were really passionate about their project. So I guess I know that you're going to get a whole ton of submissions from people saying, don't touch the money, don't disestablish village planning. I kind of support that too, but I get the reality of the way in which the environment has changed around local government. So I guess my suggestion to you would not be that you just withdraw it from the program, that you cut it out of the LTP. I actually think the village plan has offered so much to the city and so much to council's reputation and mana that it deserves better than that. So my suggestion, I think, is kind of a middle ground. It's quite a pragmatic suggestion, and that is you put a relatively small sum of money aside, you run the review that was promised the communities with the communities, so they can also think about how has the environment changed around them, how do they now want to be engaged with their communities and with council, and you see what comes out of that. Because I think it's unlikely to say we need the village plan to stay exactly the way it always has and will be in the future. I think communities are also quite realistic about that. But I do think it really befits the village planning process to run a proper conversation with community about what should happen next. And maybe the answer will be it's done its time and it needs to evolve into something else. Maybe you'll end up in the same place, but I do think it's sensible and befitting of the amount of effort and energy that's gone into village planning to run a process that engages this community to agree what should happen next. So that's essentially my submission. Kia ora.
Right, thank you very much, Moira. Do we have any questions of Moira, councillors? Yes, Mayor Baker.
Hi, thanks, Maura. Do you think that villages, as they are, they're small groups of people, that they actually should have to discuss it with the schools and other community groups there, not just the little village that some of them are?
I think, I have thought about this a bit, and I certainly don't want to criticise what Porirua City Council does now, because I don't know what Porirua City Council does now, but I know that when village planning was run well, a lot of effort goes into ensuring that people across communities get involved, and that takes time and expertise. So it's not as simple as a residents' association meeting and thinking about what should happen. There's, engagement processes take skill and time and expertise, and often communities need support to do that well. So if that's not invested in, then the conversation narrows and narrows and narrows over time, and I suspect that might be some of what's happened in some communities. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? In that case, thank you for your sage counsel, and thanks for coming along.
Thank you.
Can we now have Joel de Boer, if he's here? Thanks, Joel. You did hear the 10 minutes.
Yes.
Yep, and you'll get a bell at 8. If you want some questions, then...
Thank you. I'll speak for a short time, and then there's a video presentation by the community that will come on after. Tēnā koutou katoa, te lauwha lava, good evening everyone. We make the submission as concerned residents of Porirua City. We want council to underwrite the funding to begin the construction of a shared pathway from Onipoto to Winera Drive without further delay. And I don't know if my PowerPoint presentation, this is not right, sorry. It was meant to be a PowerPoint presentation first and then the video after. Sorry. Thank you, that's the one.
Nice multitasking.
Yeah.
You right?
The white arrow?
Right.
Right. Okay, so erosion along Titahi Bay is encroaching and starting to undermine the formed carriageway. It's no longer safe to cycle on the heading from Titahi Bay to the CBD when using the harbour side of the road. This includes children, tamariki, cycling to school and adults cycling to work each morning. This is a matter of urgency. The irony is that this project's been talked about for many years. We've been consulted on this a number of times before, and support has been overwhelmingly demonstrated by ratepayers. Why wouldn't we want this project implemented? The project needs to be improved and funded now for a number of reasons, including active transport and connectivity. It will never be as cheap as to build this today. This will be a great asset to the city and future generations. And it will enhance coastal restoration and resilience. We need safe, active transport, cycling and walking options to the city from our communities. Titahi Bay is a suburb of over 10,000 residents. We live in a world of increasing obesity. We need less people in cars and more people using modes of active transport. It is cheap and excellent for our physical and mental well-being. We cannot rely solely on motor vehicles. It's not sustainable. Case in point is the last government enacting a moratorium on oil and gas exploration. You have an opportunity to connect Titahi Bay to the CBD and the wider area, as well as linking our wonderful open spaces such as Whirirea Park to everyone to enjoy without having to use a motor vehicle. There's an opportunity here for a world-class walking track around Porirua Harbour. The council can secure funding from Waka Kotahi towards this initiative. Let's use this opportunity now. It will never be as cheap to build the sheer pathway and control the erosions as it is today. Let's work with agencies like Waka Kotahi and the Ministry for the Environment to secure funding. But for now, Porirua City Council needs to look at, to back itself and implement the project now and underwrite the funding. This slide up here is taken from Waka Kotahi's website. It's been up for a number of years and still exists today. They obviously think it's a project that's worth implementing. These are examples of other shared pathways in New Zealand. Clockwise, starting from the top left, we've got Nelson. People who've been to New Plymouth will be familiar with the one along their waterfront, world class. And the concept already approved by government is the Patuni Tanaronga. Do not lose this opportunity to build a great shared pathway around Porirua Harbour that our city can be proud of. This project will create resilience for the city, not only from sea level rise, but in the face of natural disasters as well. We all voted you to represent us as residents of Porirua. It is now time for you to advance and lead the city. Consider the impact of your decision making. This project aligns with all 4 of Porirua City Council's strategic priorities: children and young people at the heart of our city, the health and protected harbours and catchments, a growing prosperous city, a great village and city experience. This is a perfect project for Council to put our money where its mouth is. We need this shared pathway in coastal resilience and sustainability. There are high expectations that this would go ahead. You need to make a positive decision and move forward with this project without delay. Video.
Yeah, I love the plan.
A really good idea.
Seeing the plans, I like the plans.
Probably be good because it means Mum will let me go to the library by myself maybe.
They look like amazing plans.
I really like the proposed plan.
Visionary, it's got a hope for the future for Porirua.
Something that needs to be done.
It would really make a huge difference.
I think the plans are great.
It looks good.
Beginners of bikers or not very good at biking, if it's an easier ride.
Improve the health of the harbour would be really great.
Things that are about to fall into the water.
I think it'll be fun.
We'll encourage people to get out of their cars, encourage our tamariki to move and to use the bikeways.
I live in both Titahi Bay and in Tawa, so getting there without needing a car will be much easier. I like the focus on improving the harbour health and linking, if you like, the city right through to the base of Whitireia Park and Whitireia Maunga.
A nice natural way of doing it. I think it will look really good.
It's just ultimately safer and is going to build confidence for those in the population that aren't confident and competent riders, and that will ultimately increase the numbers. The roads that we have are designed for cars.
One way in, one way out of Titahi Bay. It's got to have a better entrance than it is now.
It's going to try and restore the harbour back to what it was as much as we can now.
We have the Grand Traverse that uses that side. We have people that come from all over the Wellington region to Titahi Bay Beach and would use that pathway.
I'm a cyclist myself, and sometimes it's a little bit dodgy down there. I just appreciate it if I can take my kids out for a bike ride and not have to worry about them.
We know that every kilometre of cycleway is going to increase the amount that people are going to want to cycle. It's going to increase the safety for those who are cycling already. It's really a no-brainer.
It's only a matter of time until something happens. And you have the ability now to fix that, to preempt any issues.
We need the erosion control and we need the harbour quality improvement now.
Relatives who live in Palmerston North, and they are constantly telling me, look at our bridge, look at our bridge, look at it, and there's counters and we can see how active people are and walking and running. What are people saying? Look at our what?
I think the Titahi Bay Pathway Cycleway is a fantastic project. I think councillors should be wholeheartedly endorsing it and moving to build it as soon as possible. These kind of projects are fantastic for communities. They increase the number of people who are able to cycle and walk, make people more productive, getting out there and doing physical activity, make our communities more interesting places and in fact safer often because there's more people around. Fantastic bit of infrastructure to help with our move to a low carbon transport system. And best of all, it opens up the community to children. It allows them to travel independently, to get out along the community, to meet up with their friends, go to school, that sort of thing.
Absolutely. It just needs to be done. Why are we still talking about this?
We need to stop stuffing around. Council needs to underwrite it so it can go ahead and then sort out the funding.
I think the council should just do what they need to do to get it started right now, instead of just talking about it for a long time.
Could do fundraisers to try and get some more.
My friends and I were led to believe that this was going to happen and nothing's happened yet.
Yeah, I think the council should just get on and do it. Looks like a very positive thing.
Yeah, ideally it would be good.
Who cares? Just get it done.
As long as it gets it done, I'm for it.
And all the information coming out about that cars aren't the solution and we can't keep putting money into roading, that we just have to find the money. I don't care how it's found.
The council should be looking at underwriting any money that is not available right now because they know they're going to get amazing benefits out of it, both in terms of their community, in terms of the health gains that they get, and the savings that you get from not having to spend on health, as well as the other benefits that the council will be getting from this project around climate resilience and adaptation.
Underwrite it and get it started.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah. If the council could underwrite that, we can find creative ways of getting $3 million.
They could do some kind of something to get more money and the money to pay it off.
The project stands on its own merits, so I don't think there should be too much fiddling around at all. Just find a way to make it happen. If that's what's necessary to make it happen, do that. But you've got to buy into the vision of a beautiful walkway, shared pathway along the coast there, improved harbour health, and frankly just something that's fantastic for Titahi Bay. That's just right for it. So yes, I support the council just stepping forward, having some courage and vision on this, and getting it done.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any questions for Joel? No, we do have a little bit of time. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Wehapi.
Thank you. Thanks, Joel. Your first statement you made is without further delay, and I do remember you coming in the last long-term plan talking exactly about this. So I just wanted to ask, from your perspective, is this becoming more of a health and safety aspect as time has gone by, as opposed to, the need for a shared pathway?
I believe it was a health and safety issue there then, and it is now, and it is increasing. Council has put some money into some concrete pathways through the CBD, so it is encouraging people to be on bikes and using active transport. And as the city grows and as Titahi Bay grows as well, high density developments, it's going to continue to be used, and it's going to continue to be an issue as people use an unsafe road, and as sea level rises as well. It's not going to get any better.
Any other questions from councillors? If not, thank you very much, Joel. Yep. Thanks for your submission and your video. Can we have Susan Bileski, please? Yeah. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you.
And you've heard the 10 minutes and the bell at 8 minutes.
That's all right. Yes, that's a hard act to follow.
Oh, so you haven't got a video?
And please excuse my nerves because I haven't done this before.
Look, you're fine. Okay. You're fine. You've made a good start.
Okay. So, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Susan Bileski. My father was Anselm Guys. He was the local unpaid councillor covering all the rural area that was Harakiri riding. His paid job as a manager for Wellington Council and then town clerk for Pitaone means I can appreciate the challenges of your varying roles and the hard decisions you face. My mother was Eileen Guys. She was a tireless volunteer for local community groups, Red Cross, the Residents Association, and together with Dad, she raised thousands for charity. She was custodian of St. Joseph's in Paotanui for 40 years, and she achieved heritage listing for this 143-year-old taonga of Porirua. In 1973, they built a simple 3-bedroom house on Mochikaraka Point with the help of a Housing Corporation loan, and my older brother still lives in that house. As a child, going to St. Teresa's and Bishop Fayard College, I said when I grew up I would live next door, even though it was a sheep paddock at the time. In 2018, my husband and I achieved that dream and moved next door into the house that had since been built there. So here I sit as a local kid, wearing black and gold in honour of TJ's contract renewal, and you have my feedback form on what the council proposes for our life in Porirua over the next 30 years. What I want to highlight here is that by raising the rural rates by 17%, you are going against the quoted guidelines of your policy that Council needs to consider every ratepayer, that the guiding principle in developing rating options is fairness and equity to all ratepayers, and that it needs to be sustainable to all ratepayers. Whilst the rating proposal was decided on last year in advance of the rest of the long-term plan, I contest that it should be revisited as part of this LTP review. Now that the theory of the policy has been put into dollar figures, many residents will be confronting the reality of how that is going to affect their household income and whether they are personally going to get value for the additional money they will be charged. I challenge the basis or logic on which the increased differential was struck and assert that these high increases are neither fair nor sustainable on the rural residents. It states in the long-term plan that the vast majority of expenditure is in infrastructure, namely Three Waters. I agree the ageing pipes of Porirua's urban areas need attention, but the rural residents are bearing a disproportionate level of this cost in comparison to the benefit they will receive. So, while 80% of the charge for the use of wastewater and potable water goes to targeted rates, the burden of rebuilding the Three Waters infrastructure is not targeted, and that subsequent increase on general rates is using the rural ratepayers to pay for services they do not access. My husband and I also had to focus this year on the renewal and improvement of our water network. It cost us $35,000 for new water tanks and filtration. We maintain our septic tank system and pay the council to licence it. We look after our roof and pipes to secure quality water. We ensure the performance of our Three Waters by ourselves at our own cost. In the deliberations report for the rating policy, the increased differential for rural ratepayers was attributed to proportionate higher roading costs. In response to submissions questioning this, the justification was based on the cost per metre of road supporting each rural ratepayer to that of residential ratepayers. The question of who was actually using those roads was totally disregarded. Rural residents don't count for the 9,000 cars per day on Grays Road. If rural residents are the main users of Paikokariki Hill Road, why does it need to be closed in the weekends? Paotanui provides a recreational playground for city-bound residents of Porirua and beyond. The roads in this area are most obviously serving more than rural ratepayers. As I said earlier, I question the logic of the basis for this policy of increased differential. The level of service to the rural residents has not and will not increase according to this LTP. In researching community facilities citywide, the Provision Framework report dedicated 1 page out of the 60 pages to the rural catchment area. It brushed off the rural community by asserting that they are catered for if they can access facilities within a 30-minute drive. If we use this yardstick, all of the Porirua central catchments would be catered for by the stadiums, halls and arts centres of Wellington. And in fact, this is the case for the high percentage of Porirua residents that work there. So the rural catchment that has no community hall and no access to public transport to get to facilities is not counted for in this LTP. I have been told that there is a perception in council that the Paotanui residents are wealthy and can afford these rates. Rates that, according to the 2020 Ratepayers Report, were the 6th highest out of 66 councils, 25% higher than the national average. We are rapidly climbing that ladder, and it's not a top 10 list to be proud of. Firstly, I would say that rates are not a social tax. Income taxes are used to ensure the less affluent are looked after with a welfare system that spreads the wealth, and the government is working hard to achieve that. We are all contributing through our taxes to address the current housing and infrastructure issues, and I applaud the efforts of the government and our local MP to support our community. Rates, however, are meant to apportion the costs of providing services fairly amongst those who use them. Capital value of a property is not wealth. It is a hypothetical figure that is only realised if you sell. The capital value for rural properties went up nearly 30% over the past year. Many residents in the Paotanui area have been there for 20, 40, even 80 years. As I related in my introduction, my parents entered this community with very modest means. Others recently moved there, having stretched themselves and made sacrifices to be able to afford it. Purely by market forces and because we live in an attractive location, residents have seen their values and therefore their rates spiral out of their control. Besides that, it is a misconception that the rural ratepayers are wealthy fat cats. Amongst our neighbours are retirees on fixed incomes, police officers, nurses, council workers, public servants who are doing their bit for social equity by going without pay rises for the next 3 years, and small business owners who have struggled through COVID. Within our own whānau, 4 members lost their jobs due to COVID. 1 pivoted to full-time study, 1 found another job at a much lesser salary, and 2 are still unemployed. We choose to live in this lovely spot. We accept that means we have to pay for our own 3 waters, pay extra for deliveries, rubbish collection, internet, and our own transport. But we can't expect that we should have to pay increasingly more for receiving less services than the rest of the city. He tua papa ki te ora, the draft 30-year infrastructure strategy was released today. I haven't had a chance to read its recommendations. I briefly saw references to incentivising local authorities to make greater use of targeted rates or value capture mechanisms to fund growth infrastructure. Whatever the final solution, I certainly hope Porirua Council looks for more inventive means than continually returning to the rural residents to subsidise the urban ratepayers when they're having to personally fund their own household infrastructure. That is not fair, it is not equitable, and is not sustainable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan. I think we've got time for some questions, if councillors want to ask any questions of Susan. Yes, Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Susan. I know that in your household there would be quite a flurry of political dialogue about this issue amongst many of the other things. So thank you for coming in and making that submission. My question is it possible to accept that there may have been, and I can't be sure of this, but is it possible that the reason why the differential system was put in place was because there may have been in the past an unequal contribution made by rural properties in the past, and that this is a historical attempt to try and even out the situation?
Well, from what I understood, the differential was 76%, which is in alliance with what the Hutt County Council currently charges. And the services that we receive haven't changed over that period of time. So we always have and will continue to supply our own services, and according to the long-term plan, the great majority of the expenditure is going to be spent on improving the infrastructure, which is the 3 waters.
Any other? Yes, Councillor Weehapi.
Thank you. Just your comment around this, I'll be really quick.
Yeah.
Just comments around the CVs. To your knowledge, do the residents know that when you receive your CVs every 3 years, you have an opportunity to challenge them?
Yes, I know, but that's only by a certain percentage, and 30% is a lot of a challenge. That's something that's totally out of our control. And as I say, it's purely because as shortage of housing goes and transmission gully goes into place, the rural sector becomes more and more attractive.
Okay. Thank you very much, Susan, for coming along, giving us your submission. Right, now can we please have living wage reps come up? I understand it's Jaston, Maretta and Hioeni. Yeah, okay, I'm just waiting for them to come up. So, people, you have 10 minutes, all right? You have 10 minutes. At 8 minutes, a bell will ring just to say there's only 2 minutes left. If you want time for questions, then you need to finish in time for that, okay? Within the 10 minutes. Okay, go.
Oh, cool. Kia ora ana, talofa lava, malo ni, whakalofalai atu, malo lelei, tēnā koutou katoa, noa ia, warm Pacific greetings. Happy Rotuman Language Week and happy New Zealand Sign Language Week. My name is Jason Fina, and I'm a proud member of the Living Wage Porirua Network. I also am the National President for Toyota Pacifica, which is the National Pacific Tertiary Students Association that advocates for over 40,000 tertiary students. I want to first acknowledge and thank the Council for hearing this submission, but I also want to acknowledge my fellow speakers, Marita and Hueni, who are beside me. I also want to acknowledge the supporters and the representatives from different organisations. So let's get into it. The reason I'm here speaking on behalf of the Living Wage Porirua Network is because it is something that I care wholeheartedly about. I was born and raised in Porirua for my whole 22 years of life, and it's a city I love and care about, and I know that its people love and care about it too. So growing up in Kenners Creek and Waitangiroa my whole life, I saw the difference between the barely haves and the definite have-nots. People struggled every day with basic needs of life, and that hasn't changed. In 2021, people are still struggling to live with dignity and aren't able to support their families. The issues these families face were clearly canvassed in the Status Report 2020, and I do have to commend the work of the Council and its staff in producing that Status Report, looking into the well-being of young people and children and their situation. I also want to commend our Mayor, Anita Baker, for speaking out on those issues that greatly impacts Porirua City. That report talks to the struggles of so many families in Porirua where the needs of their children and families are not being met. Children who do not have an easy access to healthcare, proper housing, or a strong school routine are children who will suffer the most. For some of those families who are contracted by Council, it is imperative that our Council takes on the challenge to demonstrate leadership and provide those families and others with a wage to be able to live on and to be able to enjoy the basic needs of life. Porirua is one of the youngest cities in the country, and it is a city that is built with pride. We can be proud of our city for many reasons, but another reason that can add to that pride is making sure we are watching out for a huge majority of the population, which is our young people. And as the report stated last year, those are the people that aren't currently being looked after. So the two asks the Living Wage movement comes to today to ask the Council for the long-term plan is to, one, to pay all directly employed and all regularly contracted workers the living wage as a minimum, and two, just going that extra small step of becoming accredited. Now, I really want to acknowledge the work that the Council has done in ensuring that their directly employed workers have a living wage. That is a great step in acknowledging the work of so many of their directly employed. But I implore the Council to think about the possibilities of what implementing these asks would mean for those families that are always fighting both tooth and nail every day to survive on a wage that takes them away from quality time with family and makes it harder to access the basics of life, which is access to healthcare, warm and affordable housing, and an education experience that isn't transient for their children. Yep. I love Porirua, and I know the people I grew up with and the people who live here and are from Porirua love this city too. And I know hands down that each and every one of you councillors love this city too. You care for its future and what Porirua will look like in the next decade. So what I'm asking is, and what we're all asking from the Living Wage is to basically let's future-proof the families of Porirua by implementing the asks of the Living Wage Network and show love for our people, our city and its future. So thank you. And I want to thank the Council for the opportunity to speak, and I'll pass it over to the lovely Marita.
Kia ora, talofa lava. Greetings to you all. My name is Marita Sinoti. I live in Warspite Avenue, Porirua East, with my whānau. We have lived here for many years and have raised our children and go to church here. The community is very strong, and we are always involved in what is happening in Kenners Creek. I work in Wellington at the National Library as a cleaner, and I would like us to be paid the living wage. However, this hasn't happened yet. I support the Porirua City Council paying the living wage, as many families struggle to pay their bills It is hard to look after your children and grandchildren. If you do not have much money, we have to work long hours in our jobs, and it is not easy. It would be good for Porirua contract cleaners to get the living wage, as it would make a big difference in their families and their lives. Workers would not have to worry too much about how they are going to pay for food, power, rent, and transport. The living wage would help, and maybe people would not have to work so many hours, and they can spend more time for their whānau. The living wage hasn't happened for contract workers. People should be paid the living wage as they work hard in Porirua and deserve it for their families. When workers get paid better, they feel valued and respected. They know that they are being looked after and feel happier in their job. Everybody wins. As a proud Porirua resident and E2 union member, I pray that the council will make the right decision to pay the living wage to contract workers. Thank you so much for your time. God bless.
Kia ora, noa ia malo i lei. I'm Hewan Enoko. I live in Whitby in Porirua. I've been working in Cannons Creek more than 20 years. I'm a Methodist minister, and I'm managing Porirua Unit and Community Health Service at Cannons Creek, and also the chairperson of our Wellington Tongan Leaders Councils. Why Porirua City Councils is really important to pay the low-paid staff the living wage, because the impacts of the poverty we have been seeing in a daily basis. It's huge, especially the young children with their parents. You know, we can see in a daily young children with the eczema and the respiratory. So they were born in the environment that's not really healthy. The rheumatic fever is going higher and higher. Because of those people, they can't afford to pay their own space. There's no other choice. They just live together in one place they can afford. And I think to seeing that in a daily basis in our medical center, it's, you know, and we are a living wage accredited employer, and we want to set an example, and we want to encourage other employers they can do that, because we do believe to address the poverty, it is a long commitment. And I think it's really important, the accreditation for Porirua City Council, to set the example, to make a long-term commitment, because to make that change, because it is real to see the impacts of poverty in our city. And I would like to see our City Council to set the example, to encourage other employers to be part of this movement to address poverty. And lastly, I would like to, on behalf of the Living Wage, the local network in Porirua, we'd like to thank you all for the commitment that you already made. And we look forward to working with you to make a change, especially with the long-awaited change to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions from councillors? I'm looking, I saw Councillor Trillin with his hand up first.
Thanks, Ross. Thank you very much for coming in today and sharing your stories. One of the big themes that I noticed coming up a lot was about setting an example and leadership. And I'm wondering, particularly in the context of the second ask that you have around accreditation, why it is that you see city councils like us taking a leadership role through accreditation. Why is it that that's so important, and what impacts have you seen maybe in other communities like Wellington, for example, that is accredited, the sort of flow-on effects that you see from that? I was wondering if you could speak to that a bit.
Yeah, so the accreditation means that you're committed to paying workers a wage they can live on as it is calculated. So it's about ensuring that when you become accredited, you're always making sure that the wages match, you know, the environment that you're in. So if I think of certain examples, if we look at Westpac, for example, when they went on the living wage, you soon, like the Living Wage Network soon had the whole banking sector looking into it. Another example of I think it's the Sustainability Trust. Everyone in that building, once they had signed up for living wage accreditation, that whole building went into living wage. So it's important for Porirua City Council to recognise that this is a moment where we can just be heavy hitters, as a smaller council in the country, to actually, give some leadership and show that, even for a small council, we can make sure that we look after all those workers who are, always underserved and,
Thank you. So Jeff, then Mike. So Councillor Hayward, can you keep your question short,
I will
please?
keep my question short. What do you say to someone who's having to make a decision around this table that says that there's a difference between those who are directly employed by council and those who are contracted to deliver a service that could have been a council directly employed staffer when it comes to extending the living wage?
So in that respect, it's not. In this, I don't want to say debate, but in this conversation, it really just is about making sure that people who work on wages that are consistently, below what people should be living at, are paid enough to be able to afford the basics of life, to be able to enjoy life with dignity.
Thank you.
Look, thanks. You guys make a really good case for the living wage, but you're talking to the wrong forum. You should be talking to central government. And because what troubles me with your living wage is that you're going to make us ask ratepayers who are on pensions and are on benefits.
Is this a question, Councillor Duncan?
Yeah,
Thank
to
you,
pay the
Mayor
extra. So
Baker.
what I want to know is, do you not see that it would only be fair and equitable to do this if central government raised everybody's wage to the minimum wage? Because at the moment, that is a very unfair thing you're asking us to do.
Well, actually, if I take your question, I do understand there are concerns around people always wanting, and those are conversations that some of the Living Wage Network have with government. But these commitments are really about changing the lives of Porirua, the people in Porirua right now. It's about listening to the voices of your community right now, and it's about Porirua City Council being a leader in this space. So taking that step just pushes the employers, but also provides leadership to a whole host of other organisations that can really help support some of their workers.
Okay, thank you. And we have gone over time just slightly, but thank you very much for coming along, and thank you for your submission and each of the speakers. Thanks.
Thank you.
Raywin Graf, please. And I did know that. No, but only when we spoke up, yeah. That's all right. So, weird. You were. So thank you very much for coming along. You've got 10 minutes. The bell rings at 8. And if you want some time for us to ask questions, then... Yep, sure. I didn't want to do that before or after. But just lay it on the table there and that's fine. No problem.
Point of order.
Excuse me?
When there is a petition that is presented, does not an elected member have to second that petition being accepted?
There does need to be a procedure to receive the petition.
Well, then I'll move the motion to receive the petition. Do I have a seconder? Yes, thank you, Councillor Hayward. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Does it matter? It was accepted. Sorry. Apologies. Nice point of order. Yeah, let's hear the presentation. Now your 10 minutes will start.
Push that button.
Pardon? Oh, sorry, start again. 10 minutes starts now. My name's Raymond Graf of 48 Tiriti Road, and I'd like to introduce Lindsay Blakely, also of 59A Tiriti Road. We are in close proximity of the playground and car park at South Beach Access Road. This is our area of concern. We'd like to get straight into this. And so daisy, it's interesting. So what we brought to you, the areas of main issues is the vandalism, antisocial behaviour, horrendous noise and assault. We know of one assault, it was on a young woman, which is of great concern to us. Drunkenness, burnouts, high speed and care of our recreational spaces. So I thought I'd talk on, we've provided photos. The photos were taken on the eve of Easter. And just to give some examples here, this is the men's amenity on the left-hand side. They had started a fire. We're lucky that we didn't lose all our amenities and burn them to the ground, because even they attempted a fire in the women's amenities. And one that's closest to my heart, that the council has gone on the behalf of the ratepayers of spending a horrendous amount of money on giving us a beautiful playground. And on there we have a bench. And on that bench, they've lit a fire. The fire has been burnt right through that bench. And also the vandalism and the antisocial behaviour escalated where they broke into a car, which is a slide on the right-hand side, smashed the window, opened the door and took all that person's personal belongings and strewed them all over the car park, along with the beer cans and the bottles and the smashed glass. In fact, it's the residents of Titahi Bay that clean up the majority of the glass and the cans. So also the antisocial behaviours, that they do make an awful lot of noise. It's usually from their radios. Then as they get more drunk, the sound levels get higher. And I am sure from my place I can hear predominantly young women's voices. And also 2 weekends ago, it was tooting the horns. They started the horns right at the end of Tiriti Road, right down the park, and they sat on the horns most of the night. This happens usually on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturday nights, and it's progressively getting worse. For me, one of my jobs is I'm a registered nurse, and I come home at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, depending how busy it is, and I nurse people who are dying. I've got diseases like Guillain-Barré. I do observations, and I do drug calculations, drug administration. I really have to have my brain with me to be able to do all those drug calculations. And my other concern is that as a nurse, I have a duty of care. And I'll just get on to the next slide, and it's the burnouts, the high speeds. And the burnouts is either in their own cars, their parents' cars, or stolen cars. They get such a thrill. And then the high speeds, this is the area that so many people as young children are concerned about. And we have witnessed in the daytime, not only at night time, the high speeds going from the car park up to Tiriti Road. The playground was full of children. They were lucky that they actually stayed on their four wheels when they got to the top of Tiriti Road, and it could have gone the other way. They could have flipped the car, rolled down that car park, killed children, or they could have smashed into the concrete wall. My concern personally is that I'm a registered nurse, I have a duty of care. I have a professional responsibility. As soon as there's an accident, I've got to be down there. I don't mind that so much if I was in an ED department where I've got the support of security guards and the police. But as for me, I find it terrifying, the thought of having to go down to the aid of people on alcohol, maybe drugs. So now I'd like to hand over to Lindsay, who's going to deal with what our expectations are.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Whoops. I'm not on, I'm on. I'm on. Thank you. Okay, so we held a meeting just with residents who live near this playground, and it was decided that we would do a petition. This was only 2 weeks ago, so hence 375 signatures, which is great support. So what it came, and you see in our submission as well, these are really the main points, that safety cameras are not at this area. It happens at night time, so there are signs there to say, ban alcohol, no offence in the toilets and such. No lighting either. No cameras, no lighting. We've got additional shielded lighting there because some residents are concerned maybe some lighting will shine into their house. So I know with street lighting now a shield can be provided. That's why that's there. And additional signage, which really we mean for cameras. Okay. Vigilance to enforce the alcohol ban. Alcohol ban, that'd be fun.
Ban, yes, my typo.
That would come, there are people, police drive down Pacifica, community patrols drive around as well, which is really good. So that may help in enforcing the alcohol ban. So the next one there, when we talk about camera surveillance, we know that there is a camera at Baxter Rise in Aotea. That's a very small area. There's a house or a couple of houses nearby, so it must be really annoying. The gate now seems to be locked in the daytime. We're not asking for a gate because there is a gate to the beach. So it does have retrievable data. We don't know how, but we know that data can be on a loop and can be retrieved from these cameras. Now that shows the black hole, as we call it. The first one on the left is looking from Tiriti Road down over the playground. The lights in the distance are across the bay at the other side where there's a few lights with boat sheds and toilets there. So you look over the playground to this black area where the menace is really. The one on the right is a little bit down the road where there's a ban the alcohol sign. Can't see it, there's no lighting on it. And again, you're looking down to that black hole. As we say, lighting. Now, we're not asking for new lampposts, we're just asking for some lighting on existing posts. There was a street light opposite 57 Tiriti Road. When the new LEDs went in and some wiring was done, that light disappeared. So there's no lighting there now on the playground. So as we say, just some lighting on the power poles. Some people, when we talked during taking our petition, said, well, maybe would lighting bring more people around? But in actual fact, it doesn't. We've driven down at night time and people are scattered to hide when a car light comes on them. So there's also, about 20 years ago when we moved in, the walkway to Metatiro Street was dark. There was a street light there that wasn't going and it was put in, and that light stopped drunkenness on the steps, parties on the steps, fighting on the steps. Yeah. So moving along, there is existing signage, great in the daytime. Who can read it at night? How can it be reinforced? They are just a couple of signs for less than $20 each at Bunnings, so we're not asking for a big output of cost there. I'll just pass back on to Raewyn.
Right, thank you. Now, with our petition, it's been a very short window of time. We had a meeting about our concern, and we had the meeting on Saturday. Then we found that we had to put our submission on the Monday, which was on the 27th, so we got the submission done over the weekend, and then we spent the 2 weeks getting these petitions together. And I don't know if you realise how much time it takes, because each person, they just don't sign it. They have got all their issues. So we've got 375. And of course, we've got support from those groups there, the Titahi Bay Community Support Group, the Titahi Bay Residents Association, the Porirua Pacifica Group, and the rest Titahi Bay. And this problem has been long-term. We've got a gentleman, his name is Tom. He's been at Titahi Bay all his life. He goes and sits on Titahi Bay because of the serenity. He said that he's seen generation after generation after generation doing this. Another couple, Peter and Lynn, have been there 50 years, and they go swimming in the bay every day. And for 50 years, this has been going on. So the thing is the issue is safety, safety, safety. So many residents and visitors feel unsafe. So It's the moral obligation, we believe, of the council to support the views of so many residents, which we have proven. So on that, I'd like to conclude, and with my little thingy, as a conclusion, as you can see.
Rowan, if you want some questions.
Okay.
I think
you can see that there.
we can
we'll take
read.
questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
We've got that. So
I
there are a
just
couple
want
of
to say,
questions.
if I could say, please, I'd like to say tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
Right. Well, 2 questions. Mike and then Mayor Baker.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's absolutely appalling. Throughout the whole talk there, you never mentioned the police once. I wonder what your response from the police was about it, and whether you regularly let them know what's happening.
Yeah, we certainly do. Do you want me to speak on that one?
Yep, you can.
Yes, well, we do.
Well,
we
both
actually.
do. Many residents do.
We all do. We rang 105 and we talked to the 105, and then we found that priority goes to 111. So then we do now 111, because if there's any evidence we can hear any smashing, we rang 111. Not only that, I've also spoken to the police personally, and Constable Jane Latham, she said that it's girls. So we have kept in contact with the police frequently, if that answers the question.
Thank you.
What happens if we come along and just completely gate it off, like we do in other parks in the communities, and just put a gate over it at night so no one can get there?
I rang up the council and I said, well, why can't we have it gated off? I was told that it was public property, you cannot gate it off. It's really important there that we are...
Could I just answer to that too? There are people who launch their boats at night time. Would they be able to have a key to that gate? Because one of the things that I was asked for, or said with lighting would really help for the fishermen and people. So people use that area. People walk their dogs, especially in winter time. But you can get through that. It's vehicles, isn't it?
I think
it's
we
vehicles.
understand the issues with gates, and we can talk about it. But you make valid points around other users. So thank you very much for coming along. And
I'd just like to extend our invitation at the end there. We didn't get to speak about the invitation. We would like to invite members to come down and have a look for yourself.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Yep. Fine. I'm about to move now that we go beyond 6 hours. We have to formally move. So I formally move that, seconded by Mike. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Can I now ask Viv Morton to step up to the table, please? Yep.
Have to help me.
No, he's
Hello.
not allowed.
Is this on?
Yes, it is on. You heard about the 10 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I won't be here that long. I'll be honest. And I'm much more comfortable telling kids to blow bubbles, not to talk when I'm talking, and to stay on keep their kicks nice and long. So, Oh, could we? Okay. So I'm president of Porirua City Aquatics, and proudly I can say we're the biggest swimming club in the Wellington region, and we have been for many years. We operate at the Kinners Creek Pool and at Te Rauparaha Arena Pool. At Kinners Creek we have junior competitive squads. We have 2 professional coaches sharing the coaching, and currently about 50 kids in that program. When these children get to college age, they will move to our senior squad at Te Rauparaha Pool. I say that positively because if this proposal with the changing of the hours of Te Rauparaha goes through, we're likely to lose these swimmers and not even have a senior squad. At Kinners Creek, we also run our volunteer program. 5 volunteer coaches. Many of you probably know Eileen Adams, been there for 50 years. And we have about 200 children in that program. At the Te Rauparaha, we have 16 swimmers, mainly college age, and our eldest swimmer is actually 27. They're coached by Neville Sutton. Given the squad swimmers pay door entry and the club hires the lanes, we are probably the council's biggest customer of the pools. Now to the long-term plan. In the last 10 years, we have had very successful homegrown swimmers training at Te Rauparaha who have made New Zealand teams, Commonwealth Games, one's medalled twice, 2 different Oceania Games, and we've had broken New Zealand short course records. We've seen a number of New Zealand age group records broken by our swimmers. Then there's another group of swimmers who have represented the Pacific Island nations who have been members of our club. And they've represented those countries over in international meets. Behind these successes is heaps and heaps of training. These swimmers train up to 8 times a week, 1.5 hours in the morning and 2 hours at night. Swimmers are tough, dedicated athletes, Josh would know, who need time in the pool to be competitive, and their aim is to swim about 30 k's a week. Currently, they're in the pool at 5:15 in the morning, do dry land warm-up, and they get into the water about 5:30, 5:40. The aim is to swim 5 k's, 200 lengths, if you want it worked out in lengths, and then they go back 3 afternoons a week for an hour and a half of pool time and half an hour dry land. Now, if you go to a 6 a.m. start at Te Rauparaha, that means they probably won't get in the water till 6:10 at the earliest with a shortened dry land, and probably would only swim 2 to 2.5 k's. We don't have the luxury of being able to change the finishing time. Swimmers need to get to school, unfortunately as it is, they do need to get to school, and others need to go to work. And we can only give our coach a 14-hour-a-week job, so he has another job to go to. So finishing later is out of the question, and also there'd be huge impact on that on the public swimming. As it is now, some swimmers get out at 7:15 because they go to school in the Hutt or Wellington and have buses and trains to catch. So getting in at 6:10 and getting out at 6:45 really won't even be worth going to training. As I said before, the most recent stars who have made New Zealand teams and all those medals that we've seen have been born and bred in Porirua. They started at the club and when they were 8 or 9 and have taken up the opportunities we have been able to offer them. If Porirua City Aquatics can't have a competitive program, then our swimmers will move to clubs in town. And it will be sad to see that happen for swimming in Porirua. We also suspect that many other pool users, as well as gym users, and some of them are parents of our members, may find the later opening time will have a similar impact on their day and they will take their patronage elsewhere. Porirua City Aquatics is known as in the swimming world as PCA. Our values are proud, community and attitude. Therefore, I hope that the change in Porirua to Te Rauparaha hours is rejected so that the city can all be proud of our swimmers and what we achieve in this community. So that's all I've got to say. See?
Thank you very much, Viv. Do we have any questions from councillors? Councillor Duncan.
Do you want to swim, Mike?
I still need to learn. Look, thanks a lot. My question is, I had the impression that the reason we were looking at cutting the hours was that it was underused at that time. Are you telling me it's well used at that time of the morning?
Well, I'm not down there. I'm not coaching. I guess that you would have statistics about who goes in. I know that my son coached recently at that time as a fill-in, and he said there was 15 down public as well as the squads. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Trillin?
Oh, he wants to come back.
No, I've done my time. Most mornings, yep. Sometimes more. Thanks, Viv. I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about what would the impact be on the wider club. So obviously the biggest impact here would be on the senior squad. If this happened and the senior squad wasn't able to function, what sort of flow-on effects to the rest of the club as a result of that senior squad no longer being there would happen, do you think?
I really think the junior squad that the 50 kids, so they're about 8 or 9 up to college, or up to nearly college, year 8, they would be starting to think, why am I staying at PCA? Because I'm not going to be able to train as much as I want to get to the national competitions, really. So if they can't get an hour and a half in the morning, well, I think we'll just be giving up on a senior squad, really.
Okay, thank you. So there being no other questions that I'm taking, thank you very much for giving us your presentation.
Thank you.
That brings us to Grace Allen for Plymouton Flood Action Group. You've heard about the 10 minutes.
Kia ora, everybody. Go for it?
Go for it.
Great. Kia ora koutou, ko Grace Allen, toku ingoa. I'm here today on behalf of the Plymouton Flood Action Group. We're a group of 80 residents whose homes were flooded on 29 November 2020.
Yeah, you can.
I prefer to stand, if that's all right. It's quite serious to us. Some of us are here today, but there are plenty more watching on the live stream, and I went through and counted all of the 335 submissions that you have to determine that 52 of them mention flooding in Plymouton. I don't know if we make up 15% of the ratepayers. Karihana Bay is pretty small, so I feel like it's an indication of how much we care. I'd like to start by taking you back to the 29th of November. On that day, floodwaters entered 52 homes, leaving 20 properties uninhabitable. On that day, terrified residents phoned 111 24 times. On that day, residents were forced to choose between their own safety and protecting their homes and their families as they climbed into dangerous council stormwater drains. On that day, 52 families were left feeling shaken and alone. On this day, I'm here to ask you, on behalf of those 52 families, for help. Asking for help and for enough budget in your long-term plan to be able to follow through with that help. Sadly, the 29 November stormwater disaster did not come as a surprise to Plymouton residents, and as evidenced in the paper trail in our submission paper on your long-term plan, it did not come as a surprise to Porirua City Council. The paper trail dates back at least 20 years, showing that Porirua City Council has been aware that the stormwater infrastructure in Plymouton has long been not fit for purpose, and that in heavy rain it is downright dangerous. In 2001, the council commissioned a stormwater catchment study. The report repeatedly identified Karihana Park as an area of concern, with recommendations made including increasing the capacity of critical pipes and culverts, diverting the flow of water so flooding doesn't occur, and installing a higher secondary outlet in cases where the existing outlet is restricted by the seaflow, as is the case along Karihana Beach. A map in this report, provided in the appendix of the paper, shows that a sea of floodwaters will engulf Karihana Park in a 1 in 100 year event. None of the recommendations in the report have been actioned by Porirua City Council in the 20 years since it was written in 2001. Why has this report sat in a council filing cabinet for 20 years with no action taken? Only your predecessors can answer that. The year after this report was written, in 2002, the council's stormwater drains were overwhelmed by rain once again. In the submission paper you have in front of you, you'll find minutes from a 2002 community meeting held with the Porirua City Council General Manager. Residents raised the red flag again. Feedback from residents recorded in the minutes reads, and I quote, "The stormwater infrastructure of the area is grossly inadequate for the present time, with no significant work having been undertaken for many years." This is in 2002. The minutes show that residents advocated for upgrades to the stormwater drains, raised concerns about the council's poor maintenance of the existing infrastructure. They referred to frequent landslips caused by flooding and warned that development of lifestyle properties along Troops Reserve was exacerbating drainage issues in the valley. 20 years on, I echo these statements word for word. These are the same issues we're facing today. In response to the 2002 community meeting, the council sent a letter to the Plymouton Residents Association saying they were quote, investigating options to reduce the flooding frequency and provide flood mitigation measures in the Karihana catchment. That promise went unfilled, and 20 years on, we are asking again for your help. It should come as no surprise that without action from the council, the problem hasn't gone away. It's only gotten worse. Plimmerton homes flooded on 15 November 2016, 8 December 2019, 29 November 2020. For some families, that has meant they've been forced from their homes for 3 times in 4 years. The repeated failures of the council's inadequate stormwater system has a very real effect on human lives. Picture a 4-year-old girl, her room flooded, her favourite toys destroyed, forced to spend Christmas away from home 3 times in 4 years, while her parents spend most of that break on the phone to the insurance company. What will you do to help her family? For the last 20 years, the council has shockingly underinvested in infrastructure and left residents to bear the weight of that. We recognise that those of you in this room today are not responsible for the decisions made in 2001 and in many of the years since. We're not here to relitigate the past and point blame. We are asking you to recognise that this is not a new problem and understand that we have been begging the council for help for the last 20 years. Those who came before you chose not to listen. Will you? We'd like to thank you for setting up the Flood-Prone Area Response Project. We are grateful that you have indicated that action will be taken soon, and residents are cautiously optimistic that you will help us. Our concern is that in your long-term plan budget, you have not set aside enough money to be able to action the recommendations in the report that come out of the Flood-Prone Action Response Project. Our concern is that you want to help us, but that you won't have enough money to do so when the time comes. To give you another example of how big the problem is, you'll find in the paper a table that breaks down the capacity of the stormwater culvert at Karihana Park. The data, sourced from Wellington Water, shows that the culvert is inadequate. In a 1 in 10 year event, the expected rainfall is 35% more than the capacity of the culvert. In a 1 in 20 year event, 44% of the rainfall will not be captured by the culvert. In a 1 in 50 year event, 60% of the water will flood people's homes. In a 1 in 100 year event, it is difficult to even imagine the sheer volume of the water that would spread across Karihana Bay when 71% of the rain is not captured by the council's stormwater system. On 16 December last year, the Plimmerton Flood Action Group spoke to you, having witnessed a terrifying flood that put people in danger because of the council's stormwater system. In December, we warned you, if Porirua City Council does not take action, one day someone is going to drown. The flood event in 29 November was, according to the council, only a 1 in 30 year event. If residents feared they would drown in November, can you imagine how devastating and dangerous a 1 in 50 year event or a 1 in 100 year event would be? Our concern is the problem is so big and has been ignored for so long that $10 million will only put a Band-Aid over the problem. The budget needs to be increased. We understand that funds are limited, but the cost of doing nothing is high. On 29 November, Porirua City Council and Wellington Water spent $100,000 responding to the event. Others, like the Red Cross and Remo, sent their people to help. 6 volunteer fire brigades responded. Fire and Emergency New Zealand spent $35,000 on the day. Data from the Insurance Council of New Zealand shows that so far, more than $4 million worth of insurance claims have been lodged so far in relation to the 29 November event, and there's plenty of homes that still haven't been fixed. We understand that you want to invest in things that make Porirua a great place to live. Parks and cultural centres are wonderful things for our city to have, but we cannot prioritise the things that are nice to have over the very basic infrastructure that, if left unchecked, will pose a very real health and safety risk to people and properties in Porirua. Almost 6 months on, 12 properties in Plimmerton remain uninhabitable, and many more families are living in homes that are still undergoing repairs. You have allocated $10 million to address flooding hotspots in Porirua. Today, we're asking you to be brave and to invest in the things that are critical even if that comes at the expense of the things that are shiny and sexy and new. The decisions you make in this room today will have very real consequences on the lives and the people and the safety of the people who live in Plimmerton. I hope the fact that 52 people from Plimmerton submitted in favour of more money for our stormwater system, that's 15% of all your submissions, gives you an idea of how much this means to us. Our entire community is waiting and watching to see what you decide to do next. Today, we're asking you to double the funding for Plimmerton's stormwater system to $20 million. When the recommendation from the Flood-Prone Area Response Project comes through in August, we're asking that you support that recommendation and that you action it as a matter of priority. If you put aside enough budget today, you will finally, after 20 years, be in a position to help our community. Only you can help us. After 20 years, please say yes. Please help us.
Thank you, Grace. Do we have any questions from councillors? Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Are you under the impression that the $10 million we have set aside is just for Plimmerton?
Well, it couldn't possibly cover the costs of Plimmerton alone, so I don't know what more, how far you're expecting it to stretch.
So you're suggesting $20 million for Plimmerton?
Yes, and I'd hope that you wouldn't ignore the rest of the city over the next 30 years as well. We have in our paper recommended that the rest of the city should be considered and that there absolutely should be more funding for the whole city because we're not the only place that floods. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Morrell, I'm going to allow another question.
Yeah, well, it's sort of a question.
Sort of?
Well, you know, the reality of, and hey, I fully support you, so don't get me wrong, but I just question the reality of it today is if that was a clean building site today, it probably would never have been allowed to be built on. So I'm wondering whether the installing a new stormwater function or pipes will fix the problem without other factors like raising houses and that sort of thing, and that's part of the world.
Absolutely. So 2 points on that. So raising houses is one of the options that is being considered as part of the Flood-Prone Area Response Project and may very well make it through to the final recommendation. Secondly, there might be questions to ask of the council as to why the council has continued to consent properties knowing that they are in a flood zone. The most recent property that was consented was in 2008, despite the fact that in 2001 the council knew that that was a flood zone. The height for my particular property, for example, is 1.7 metres above the ground level at my house. An extension of my property was consented in 2008 that is nowhere near that height. So why is the council, with the information that they had, not only chosen to do nothing about the stormwater system, but continued to consent properties that probably shouldn't have been built, like you say? So what can we do about that now?
All right, thank you very much, Grace. Thank you for coming along. Okay, Jessica Barnes. Oh, no, Isabella's not coming, so it's Jessica, isn't it? Now, yeah. Yeah. So, Jessica, did you hear you got
10 minutes. You'll ring a bell at 8. Got it.
You got it. You can come again.
Cool. All right. Kia ora, everyone. My name is Jessica Barnes. I'm here to speak in favor of community composting as indicated in the Climate Change Strategy Report as a remedy on the limitations on landfill space, reducing emissions, and supporting local jobs. So I'm coming from a space where I work in a organic market garden and small-scale industrial composting site in eastern Porirua. And have had experience working with small-scale community composting and the difference it can make in our local community. What I really liked about the climate change report was the consistent messaging about proactive responses to climate change and the declaration of the climate emergency, and the many opportunities that offers Porirua that are exciting and innovative. The climate change strategy approach is very sensible in taking the approach of what can be controlled and engaging community. And that's the great thing about community composting, is that it's a simple approach to a problem that will always exist. While reducing food waste generally is really important, we'll always have garden waste and green waste to manage. And that's where community composting can take up the issue of too much food waste going into our landfills. And it's easy to control. It's a very simple solution to a big problem. And it brings community on board. By creating community composting spaces, it adds value to the local community through youth engagement and learning opportunities. And it's already happening all over the world, but we can look at KaiCycle in Wellington as a perfect example of what we can learn from in the community composting sector. In fact, it's so popular and working so well that they have a massive waiting list that they can't actually even address yet, and have started to scale up by creating smaller sites all over Wellington. And that the Wellington City Council has created a pilot project in Myanmar where they're teaching people how to compost at home really effectively and giving them tools to be able to do that. So there's many learning opportunities that are existing that we can take advantage of, and there's no need to recreate the wheel. So it's low risk. We know how to do it, and we know how to do it well, and we're already doing it in Porirua East. And I understand as part of council that you're limited on where your funds can go. But with a landfill costing $13 million between 2021 and 2030 to create new cells, as well as the emissions offset of $1 million that are expected to increase 8 times over the next 30 years, community composting can help extend that by the fact that 30% of the landfill waste is food waste. And if we can extend that 30% on that $13 million, it can make a really big difference for a fairly low cost. And what's wonderful about it is it's a fairly simple thing. So I live in Titahi Bay, and in Titahi Bay, a site could look simple as half of a bowling green, and an amount of space, land area, which is really small. We have about 984 households in Titahi Bay. If we assume that each household produces approximately 3 kilograms of food waste, that's based on a Love Food, Hate Waste audit in 2018, we would only need 48 bins to manage all of the food waste from Titahi Bay, which is really, really small. And that cost would only be $134,000 based on the bins that we use in Porirua East. That, as opposed to the millions of dollars of a landfill, is a pretty good value. And being able to hire local people who do the job creates local jobs that produce a resource out of what is perceived as a waste product. And I had seen in the climate change report that there was already projects happening in Porirua, which is really exciting, but I also would like to see how they're being supported at a city level, because I had conversations with some of the amazing folks who are working on zero waste in Porirua, and it was difficult to kind of get that going forward because of some barriers in actually getting consents around land space. So I think it's exciting, and it can happen, and it is happening already in Porirua East, and it's such an elegant, simple solution that there are lots of resources. I know Amanda from Enviro Schools had mentioned it earlier today. She was here to talk about that, and we're connecting with Enviro Schools and Compost Classroom, that there's already a network of people who are doing really, really great stuff, but just need a bit more support in lots of different ways from council. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Jessica. Do we have any questions? We have a few questions. Instead of going for you first, Josh, I'm going to go for Mike Duncan, and then. So okay.
That's a great presentation. Do you have a space in mind already that you see in the city that could be used?
I mean, there's lots of spaces that are suitable. Anywhere that you can have decent lighting, particularly just for evenings to keep it safe, and just an open, flat space. So any park space would work. It's not a huge amount of room, so you can kind of tuck them in to a corner of a sports field. You could tuck them into the corner of Onopoto Park. There's lots of spaces where it's possible, and if it's central, it also makes it easier for people to access.
Josh?
Thanks. Yeah, so I have a question. I need to quickly explain the context of that question first. So basically in the climate space, we're playing a bit of catch up at the moment because there hasn't been done on this in the past, and so we're over the next year or two basically going to be putting together a climate team within council to figure out the things that we can do. Because we have that sort of information deficit at the moment, we haven't yet set aside any dedicated funding for future capital projects for climate change. And so that's why it's not currently there. But my question is, based on what you've been saying, would you like us to look at setting aside or earmarking now specifically some funding for climate change projects, even if we aren't sure exactly what those will be or how much.
That's what you call a leading question.
No. So the reason for that, sorry, is because it sounds like that's what's being said, but I just want to make sure. Are you asking specifically for money to be set aside for climate change projects? Yeah.
Sure. So I don't have capacity to actually do this project. I had tried in the past and it didn't work out. But what I would love to see is council to see that these simple, inexpensive options are a great way to invest money because you get so much out of it. That not only are you going to be producing something that is a sellable product, you're also going to be employing local people. So it's looking at these simple projects and tapping into the network that already exists and saying, what do you see could work? Coming to Hampshire Gardens and having a talk with my composter and myself and with Amanda and with Alicia Compost Classroom to see that we can do this and we got it and we could actually make a huge difference to landfill waste just by doing something extraordinarily simple and quite a neat process.
Any other questions? I have a question. So you're talking about community composting in different parts of the community. You were talking about Titahi Bay. Have you considered, as others have considered in Wellington, for example, of having like one centralised facility, which may make things easier and you get economies of scale?
I mean, you can, definitely, but the value of having smaller based ones is the hiring local people. There's less trucks on the road, so you're not having a lot of traveling around. You might have someone doing bike collection or just have an EV vehicle working within their suburb only. So there's a lot of value of localized economies of scale. Yeah, I see a lot of value in just doing small scale projects that are very specific to that community and support that community and is a bit more visible. It makes it look a lot less scary. I would invite anyone to come out to Hampshire Gardens and see our composting system and see that it's quite a beautiful process. It's clean, it doesn't smell. Yes, Anita came last year, eh?
Very good. Okay, no further questions. Thank you very much, Jessica, for coming along.
Thank you very much.
And it's good to see that sort of thing happening in the community because I know we are interested in composting. Can I now call Joanna Cross? Joanne, sorry. Joanne, what?
That's okay, I thought PRA were going.
Oh, sorry, I ticked the, sorry, it's Ken
Yep.
for Pauatanui Residents Association, and in his absence, I assume it's Diane.
And actually me too.
Oh, and you as well, sorry.
So I get to go twice.
Apologies.
I've only had the main course, I've still got dessert waiting for me. But you guys haven't had, or you have?
No, we have. Yeah.
Oh, my sister's saving dessert. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise this was on as I'm talking about my dinner.
We don't mind.
Apple crumble. Ken's apologies, he's unwell and otherwise he would have been here presenting. So thank you once again for the opportunity to speak to our submission on the LTP. We would like to begin by making a few general comments on the process. Firstly, it will not come as any surprise to you, as indicated by the turnout at the Lighthouse Cinema workshop, that many residents in the Pauatahanui community feel strongly about their relationship with the council. Many landowners of rural properties feel that the cost of their rates are not only unsustainable, but also unjustified. We appreciate that the current increases have been brought about through the previous processes, which we've been part of, and that these are not under consideration here. However, it is important that you, as councillors, are aware that the messages being received around rural rates are very confusing. This can be seen by the questions that were being asked at the workshop. The calculations around our rural rates continue to crop up as an issue and have not been effectively explained by Council. Council notes that it has factored growth in the city into the LTP at 1% per annum, taking this from the average of the last several years. Porirua is anticipating urban and rural development as well as potential businesses with the city linked to Transmission Gully opening. These do not appear to be factored into the calculations. And if the proposed district plan is adopted, and certainly the move to smaller lot sizes and the newly created rural lifestyle zone seem pretty certain, then using the average of the last several years is considered to be naive and maybe disingenuous. So our first request is that Council makes the effort, and I'm sorry you heard this from me, but this is from wider than me this time, to make the effort to ensure that the ways in which the rural rates are applied are transparent and make sense. This would enable members of our community to engage in both the annual and long-term plan processes with much more confidence. Secondly, we understand that Council is required to have a long-term plan and to refresh this 3 yearly. For many, and we're sure we in Pāoa-Tahanui are not alone, the multiple requests become puzzling. When we look back at our submission to 2018-2038 LTP, we feel that we've already told you what we thought the priorities should be, and it's hard to see where previous input has been taken into consideration. To address the specific proposals outlined in the current LTP, the need for investment in existing infrastructure servicing the urban and business areas due to many years of neglect is obvious. These are the factors which make Porirua livable, healthy and safe, and they should be Council's core business. Given the spending required on infrastructure at this time, Council should, as with any other business entity, put a temporary halt on all spending of the nice-to-haves, including updated feasibility studies and investigations, until such time as maintenance expenditure is under control. Porirua doesn't have to provide everything for everyone in recreational terms. Claiming that Porirua is underserviced by recreational facilities does not recognise the fact that many residents regularly use facilities across the wider Wellington region. As well as investment in Three Waters infrastructure, we also support efforts to improve the health of the harbour. We acknowledge that all citizens need to contribute to infrastructure and that benefits the city as a whole, including rural ratepayers. But we note also that the rural differential and targeted rates allow for those differences between our rural rates and residential rates. But it also would not go astray if there was some further acknowledgement from Council of the contribution that we make by paying for our own Three Waters, and that we contribute to the health of the harbour through good land and water management. We consider that roading should be a top priority, and it's understandable that that is one of our top priorities because that's the most obvious use of our rates. The road safety strategy that accompanies the LTP is disappointing in its lack of acknowledgement of the role that the rural roads have, not just for residents but for through traffic. We would argue that the majority of users of Grays Road, Paikakariki Hill Road and Moonshine Road are not actually local residents. We believe that there needs to be more transparency around the allocation of roading funding, that the rural roading budget needs to be separate from other roading, and that this should be reported on annually. Finally, we would like to see the status quo for the village planning program. As a program, it has been widely lauded as a way for communities to work together. Yes, the projects have increased in number and complexity, including overlapping with work from other teams in the council. But the new way does not suggest that it will reduce the number or complexity of projects, rather the converse. It also raises the question of whether there would be any spending equivalent. Encouraging the shared goal setting that comes through developing the village plans with the local residents associations, and I think that addresses the question you had earlier, Mike, that whole planning together seems to pay great dividends in strengthening the villages within the communities. So thank you.
Thank you. Diane. Do we have any questions from councillors? Yes, Councillor Moreau, obviously.
Just a question. In your submission, you talk about the intersection Grays Road, Paikokariki Hill Road. What's your understanding at the moment of that it's not on the radar, or have you already been given any indication?
It's one, and I tossed up whether to put it here again. We seem to be, Joe and I, talking about it every time. We kept being told to put it came up in our village planning as something that people thought was important. We brought it up under village planning. It was determined that it should be, that we should speak to it through annual and long-term plans, which we have done previously for a number of years. It went through to Roading for investigation, and has now, the latest information we got from Roading is that it is not a priority and has been dropped right off. So we're about to try and kick that one back up again, because we actually think it is important and that it does have safety considerations. It is a real concern, and we're not convinced that the opening of Transmission Gully is not going to make that worse, rather than it's not going to make it better. So, but it's one of those frustrations that we keep bringing it back to this table and it keeps getting knocked away.
Noted. Yes, Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora. Anō, although be it with a separate hat. I acknowledge in your presentation, your submission, the very real pain yet tentative support for increased funding and investment in Three Waters. I wonder if you can give me your response to this hypothetical, that central government all of a sudden was responsible for the management of the Three Waters assets and no longer Porirua City Council or any local council. What would therefore be the Residents Association's request to council in terms of investment?
So if we were to take the Three Waters out, what would we be asking from council? I think that, again, still the core services in terms of things like the roading, the parks, the harbour, the water. I mean, because the stormwater and the wastewater are part of the problem for the harbour, but there are lots of other problems around that. And then I think the more around the nice-to-haves, I acknowledge, I think Ross mentioned at the workshop that council also has to look after social and other well-being for people and communities. So there are other things, but yeah.
I think primarily the roading.
Roading is certainly the one for us.
It's really unsafe at the minute.
Okay. Any other questions from councillors? If not, thank you, Diane. And now, Joanne, it's your turn.
Thank you. Hi, for those that don't know me, I'm Jo Cross. I live up Paikokariki Hill Road, and I've really come to show the personal face, at the risk of airing my dirty laundry in public, of what's going on for the ratepayers in Powatahanui. So I've brought along my rates notices. Now, I've got 2 5-hectare blocks in Powatahanui. One is a piece of land with a barn on it, and I graze my horses there. And the rates for that property each year are $3,423.44. Now, you can understand my feelings about what I might receive for that money, since it is nothing, really. I also have my house in the same location, and the rates for that property are $8,901.11. That means my total rates bill currently is $12,324.55, and both myself and my husband are retired. Now, you're talking about a 17% increase on that for the coming year. That's going to be over $2,000 in addition. My rates will be in excess of $14,000. So it's a huge amount of money. I don't know if that's feasible for people to remain in the community, and I can really understand why people get frustrated with the services that we're provided. To be quite honest, we've talked about this a lot. We'd rather pay 100% of the rates and receive 100% of the services. You're welcome to come and supply my sewage and my water and lights on my road and all of those things anytime you would like to. So I feel like it's a huge amount of money. But I guess the other reason I'm here is to just simply say that as PRA believe, and I also personally believe, that we think that the priority for this council has to be the replacing of the outdated infrastructure. We're talking water, stormwater, sewage and roading. And to my mind, as an accountant and a business person that's been in Porirua for some 50 odd years with my family, really we have to cut our cloth according, and all other nice, lovely things, such as they are, really need to be put on hold and left to the side until those matters are brought up to date. So I think, you talk about the split of the rates all the time, but really I think you need to go back to grassroots and say the total rate package and what's the important things to supply to the community, not just Pawatanui, all of Porirua, is actually a safe infrastructure. That's it.
Thanks, Joe. Do we have questions? Yes, Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joe, just quickly, can you just restate again, your bill is for the quarter or for the annual?
That's for the year.
Annual.
Yep.
And just so I'm clear again, it's a 5 acre plus another 5 acre.
So I've got 1 5 hectare plot.
Oh, sorry, hectare, sorry.
Yep, which is just for my horses.
Yep.
They're both at the same address, so they're both at 483 Paikokariki Hill Road. One's the section in the front and the section in the back is where I actually live.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Councillor Wehapi.
Thank you. I just was reading through your submission and I noticed you put, in particular, the poor use of the existing Te Raupraha arena. Can you just elaborate on that?
Well, that really came from the reading of the long-term plan when they talked about having to cut down the hours because it wasn't being used enough. Yep, yep.
Okay. Any other questions? Not? Thank you both for coming in.
Welcome.
Taking the time. Thanks. So that brings us to Amy Lovell, last but not least. So you're going to do it
Yeah, we'll
together.
see how this goes. We were going to do ours together originally, but we each have an assigned slide of our PowerPoint that we were going to talk about.
Okay, that's fine. And are you going to stand or sit? I mean, you'll just need to get a little bit closer to the microphone so that...
We can stand so as we can do our original.
All right. And so it's 10 minutes, but you have 10 minutes.
We'll see if it goes that long. So, hi everyone, I'm Amy Lovell and I'm part of a student group from Aotea College and we are interested in the youth of Porirua City community.
Hi everyone, my name's Grace Fail. I'm a Year 10 from Aotea College and yeah, we've been working for a while now planning what we would like Porirua City Council to do for the community and yeah, we're really excited to present it to you.
Hi, I'm Tanavi Prasad. I'm Year 13 at Aotea College and I'm just a fun leader and I'm really excited for this to go forward.
Kia ora, I'm Gemma, the head girl at Aotea College and really interested in this plan, yeah.
Talofalawa, my name is Joseph Lungasini. I'm Aotea College's head student and yeah, I'm just looking forward to our long-term plan submission that will be presented to you. Thank you.
So in regards to our plan, which we are putting forward the idea of a youth hub for those in the lesser communities, we think this would really benefit. So we already know that 1/3 of New Zealanders have personally experienced some form of mental distress and that there are numerous statistics backing up the mental health issues that face our population. And majority of those are our youth population. So we believe that something that would greatly improve the quality of life in our community is the implementation of a youth hub for those younger people.
You don't need to bend down to it.
So I just came up with issues that we thought that could help solve this solution. So
You don't have to.
do I not? Oh, sorry.
It picks your voice up really well.
Oh, that's awesome. So mental health and youth in Porirua. quality of life, especially regarding our youth, opportunities, programs and activities for the youth in Porirua that like easily assemble like regarding of who you are. Accessibility of short term, for example, a place to stay, a place to stay, food, basic education, etc. Support for our youth through counselling facilities that support every gender and race being a place to go to. Education about issues that can be commonly overlooked by the education system. So for example, like family planning support, and just having a safe spaces available for our community and youth.
As we know that you guys have already been started on a multi-use community facility, and that's going to be built in Eastern Porirua. We want to bring a different spin on it though, where it's going to benefit everyone in the community and especially our youth, because not saying that your idea is like bad, but like we just want to add more into it. I actually love the idea that you guys have. It's just we have more of a youth spin on it, especially because we're youth ourselves. So yeah, I really think this is going to be a really good way for people to grow up, having the support they'd never got from their family or any elderly people.
A key part of this youth hub would be the services that would be presented by it. Sort of what Joseph said, it would be open till midnight. Gender neutral facilities, access to counsellors and nurses, availability of food, appliances and facilities, education tools for those that may need it, sport opportunities, bunk rooms. We're thinking if there were youth in Porirua who really needed somewhere to go to during the night, then that could possibly be sort of something. Youth line, family planning, confidentiality, and youth programs, which would sort of link back to the sport opportunities that youth could get involved in.
Just the last thing that we wanted to add, so one of the biggest groups in New Zealand that do have the worst statistics for mental health is our rainbow community. So having a mural that's done by a local artist would just show that they really are seen and they are noticed. We do know that there is a rainbow crossing that's been proposed, but having a mural as well, we just feel would be a good thing that people could see to know that they're recognised.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, that's it? Oh.
Yeah, short sleeve.
Well done. Are there any questions from councillors around this? Councillor Trillin.
Thanks. Thanks very much for coming in. I'm really glad to hear from you guys. That's quite a cool idea, actually, the one about the mural that you mentioned at the end, and definitely something we haven't heard from anyone else. I'm just wondering around that, do you have an idea around where you would like to see that? So I assume somewhere in the city centre. Anywhere in particular you think would be good for that to go?
No, the east.
So actually on that, there was a cultural centre being proposed in this, and we think that maybe incorporating the kind of rainbow community into a mural on one of the walls, even if it's done culturally, and has some really just kind of to incorporate everything that's kind of around us. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Yes, Councillor Ford.
If the cultural centre doesn't go ahead, do you have another space in the city that you think would be a good place to put the mural?
We were really thinking that it needs to be somewhere that is seen. So especially the centre where it's quite busy. I know that there's quite a few blank walls, but whether they're taken up by windows, that's another question. But we haven't really thought about the specific place, but we would really, really like it to be somewhere that is seen every day by the people that come and go.
Thanks. Mayor Baker.
Are you aware of our big murals that are going up here in the middle of, what's that little ferry place?
Ferry
There's
place,
the whole back of all those buildings being done with these sort of things at the moment. No?
Wait, what's a ferry place?
Yeah. So it's, do you know where the little goat is and you look straight through as if you're going to the station?
Yeah.
All the buildings in there are being painted with murals by 3 women at the moment.
So if we add to that, would there be a possibility to incorporate some kind of mural in that design if it's not already been planned?
Too late, is it?
Yeah, okay.
Maybe, but
So that would mean that we'd need like another.
I don't know. Are we able to look at that? It's probably too late.
I
it's
figure
underway.
it would too late.
What be new world? Oh, sorry. Yep. Okay. Are there any? All joking aside, are there any other questions? If not, thank you very much for coming along. You've added some good stuff in terms of the way we should look at our community centre. Yep.
Thank you.
Our plan for one. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. That concludes our evening. I'm going to move that we adjourn until 8:30 next morning, seconded by Councillor Trillin. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much.